Institutionalizing the Social Health Insurance Fund, the High Court has slammed the brakes on the implementation and enforcement of the Social Health Insurance Fund Act 2023, the Primary Healthcare Act 2023 and the Digital Health Act 2023 until a case challenging its legality is heard and determined. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union made good its threat to challenge the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Scheme. The Doctors Union obtained court orders stopping the government from the planned rollout of the universal health coverage envisioned in the laws, whose rollout President William Ruto had announced will be in January 2024. KMPDU has argued that the government has gone ahead with the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Act without engaging stakeholders to resolve the contentious issues. About 76 Kenyans have been killed by the ongoing El Nino rains that have wreaked havoc across the country. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said the cabinet, in an emergency meeting chaired by President William Ruto, came up with several interventions to help mitigate the effects of the El Nino on Kenyans. Among them, another 10 billion shillings that will be released to counties this week.
Cabinet also observed that to support county governments in addressing the disaster situation, the National Treasury last week disbursed 10 billion shillings of their shareable revenue. Cabinet also directed the National Treasury to release an additional 10 billion shillings to county governments this week. As much as it's part of the shareable revenue, government is encouraging counties to try and reallocate some of these funds to the dire situation now occasioned by these floods. The government also directed the enhanced deployment of the KDF, all public civilian aircraft, to transport medical supplies, food and non-food items for targeted distribution as recommended. It also sanctioned a proposal to be sent to Parliament for the replenishment of the contingencies fund and the rationalization of the budget and supplementary appropriations too of the current financial year.
Hussein further said that more than 30 counties as well as hundreds of families have been affected by floods.
The most severely affected areas are in the northeastern, eastern and coast regions specifically, but of course there are more counties, as we're talking about 38. I'll just list them for you. In northeastern, the affected counties are Mandera, Wajir and Garissa. So that's the entire northeastern region. Coast also, the entire region, Kilifi, Mombasa, Tana River, Taita, Taveta, Kwale and Lamu. In central, Muranga, Nyeri, Kiambu and Kirinyaga. In eastern, Isiolo, Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, Marsabit, Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. In Nyanza, the entire region as well, Homa Bay, Kisumu, Migori and Kisii, Western, Bungoma, Busia and Kakamega counties, Rift Valley, the counties include Baringo, Bomet, Kajiado, Kericho, Nandi, Narok, Turkana, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu and West Pokot, and of course in Nairobi.
Advocate Dunstan Omari has filed an application on behalf of the learners and parents of Kitengela International School seeking an injunction to stop the Form 1 selection process. The parents say the errors in the exam also call for an audit.
We urge the government to keep politics out of exams of our children. These children don't belong to any party. They don't vote. They have no elector's card. They are only after eating kunywa maziwa na wafanye mtihani. We will stand firm to challenge this, and we expect the courts to give directions any time from now. As we have said, we have filed 2 cases on behalf of 2 different schools, and it is a representation that we are likely to have an avalanche of cases being filed by close of business tomorrow.
This comes as another case has been filed by the parents of a student from St. Green Hill Academy in Kisii, arguing that the candidate has become mentally distressed since the release of the results. And opposition leader Raila Odinga says the coalition will declare its position regarding the bipartisan report Thursday after party deliberations. Speaking during the Nyeri County ODM leaders and stakeholders engagement, Raila further urged President William Ruto to deal with corrupt leaders in his government. Raila further blamed the Ministry of Education for messing up the KCPE national exam results.
Samwana mambo ya mtihani vile imekuwa mbovu zaidi. Watoto wetu watakuwa na shida mingi zaidi. Watoto katika darasa moja wanapata grade 1 yote. Hakuna mrevu, hakuna mjinga. Hiyo ni mtihani gani hiyo? Mtihani ya Ruto na Gachagua. Wao wenyewe ndio walisema ati wajinga waliisha Kenya. Hii serikali ya Ruto kila mahali ambao wanashika iko inaoza. Inanuka tu. Kwa sababu gani? Laana ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Waliiba wakameza ikakoma kwa koo.
This is News Web. Dennis has said a good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today, this morning at SpiceFM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody was to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. No, I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it is corruption, whether it is murder, whether it is petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It is Tuesday. And we know that as the days go by, the rains will keep coming. Let's see what the roads look like as we wake up this morning. Some traffic on the northern bypass. It'll come through towards Limuru and also some of it coming out towards the Thika Superhighway, but actually nothing to frown about right now. A little bit of movement on Jogo Road as well as you head out towards Landis and then through towards Kamkunji. But again, all manageable for now as folks are just getting right into Tuesday properly. Are you coming out of Westlands? You all right? And also on Langata Road today, nothing major happening as you pass the Wilson Airport, heading out then towards the Nyayo Stadium Junction. I think you'll be all right. On Mombasa Road, coming past Capital Centre inbound, there is some traffic as you head out then again through towards the Nyayo Stadium. Apart from that, I think we're okay. The quadrant of Lunga Lunga, Jogo, Likoni and Lusaka looking good this morning. Keeping an eye on things on Enterprise as well. Talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X. Let's keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How you doing? It's Tuesday. What's up, Ndu?
I thought I had lost my second earring.
You lost the first one?
No, the first one is there. Second one, the third one is one that's not there.
Oh, there are 3.
In this ear. And then there are 2 here, so I thought the second one was lost.
It's very good.
Nini, you?
Okay. 3, 4, 2.
3, 2.
It's good. It comes to 5.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Atuko na wapi?
Nini? Nini?
Ati?
Masikio yake iko na earring.
Tatu hapa,
iko hapa. 3 ingine hapo na iko ingine 2 hapo. So hiyo ukipiga 1, 2, 3 na kuja 5.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So bwana, urembo haina kipimo. Na uwezi kuweka kwa ratili.
I don't know what you said. But it sounds funny, so I'm going to laugh.
You're going to laugh? Wewe cheka bwana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're looking rather dapper this morning.
Thank you.
How are you?
Niko poa. Hii light inanigonga direct bana Ednah.
Sijali.
Problem.
City on the hill.
Punguza.
It's to face another direction.
City, the world likes your hats.
The who?
The world. Watu yani. Wananchi. Citizens.
Of the planet Earth. Okay. Thank you very much, citizens. Thank you.
Kuna mali unaenda kuzishona ama?
No, hizi zinatoka kule PNG.
Oh, that place, eh?
PNG.
Papua New Guinea.
Za kule?
Za kule bwana.
These are imports, my friend.
Bwana unafikia ati
City is a net importer of hats.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
He imports
these things. Net cost. Not that expensive. It arrives in Kenya here. Man,
story.
You charge almost 3 times what the value.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Shamelessly. Hii vile tunapima. This is very expensive. Bwana. It's a gift from my sister.
Yeah,
hiyo gift ni sawa tu. Hiyo tumeshika kabisa.
Alinunua.
Na hii hiyo bei ambayo ameandika hapa haiwezi kuwa bei. You stop short of ask him, have you been to Papua New Guinea? You.
Do you know how to spell Papua New Guinea?
Tumeona wengi wametoka huko.
Yes, wewe si mtu wa kwanza. No. Watu wanalipaga hizi bila kelele. Mzee, wacha kuleta kelele. Lipa hiki kitu.
Sasa kama ungekuwa umelipa ungekuwa umeenda.
Mzee, kama ulikuwa unataka kofia si ungesema? You realize, man, this conversation.
You're on your own.
You're going very south.
You are on your own.
Ulisema ni pesa ngapi? Then they tell you, you pay. Unaona, si ngumu, si umelipa. Si chukua kofia uende nayo. It's okay. You say, this being old has disadvantages.
What?
Because if I was younger, I would have marked you.
Ungekipata.
Let me not see you crossing the road in front of my car.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Situation Room today. It's the 28th day of November 2023. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. 7 a.m. We'll be joined by 2 gentlemen who were technical advisors to Azimio and Kenya Kwanza in the just concluded, it's called what?
Talks.
Bipartisan talks. National
Dialogue.
Dialogue talks.
Those ones.
Yeah.
Dr. Duncan Ojwang is a member of the Kenya Kwanza Bipartisan Talks technical team, and Jeremiah Kioni is the head of the legal and technical team of the Azimio side. They will be coming here to tell us this thing that they produced.
What?
Nini.
Exactly, what is it?
Is it north or south or east?
Surely.
Or west?
Today is the 28th.
Yes, it is.
Tomorrow is the 29th.
Yes, it is.
Then Thursday is 30th.
Yes, sir.
1 year ago, on a day like Thursday, President William Ruto launched the Hustler Fund. Like, hii kitu nimekuwa nikisema ndio hii. Start borrowing money.
Quickly funding you.
Yes. At the point of launch, there was no board, there was no CEO. It was just Ruto launching and then saying, wacha, kaende. It's a digital program, it's a digital solution, so you don't need the digitals. Now, anyway, there's a board in place now. And that board is in the process of recruiting a CEO. So the one who's acting will be joining us at 8 o'clock. Her name is Elizabeth Nkuku. Elizabeth will come to tell us wacha hii mambo yote sijui
na watu wanaongea na hawajui
nini what's the actual impact of this hustler fund story.
Yes.
How much is it that has been borrowed by who? So what have they done? What have they done with that money? Can you now say, oh, this person was running a business that was doing tu alikuwa anauza chai kwa watu 10, sasa anauza chai kwa watu 30 because hustlers funds imemnunulia flask. You know?
That sort of thing.
Kitu kama hiyo. We want the impact stories beyond the numbers. What's the impact of this hustler fund a year down the road? And then at 9 o'clock, we'll talk about the Kenyan apparel industry. Now, one of the big plans of this government, and even going into the budget, is value. They're called value chains. One of the big value chains that they are dealing with is the textile value chain. Let's revive our textile industry in this country.
Buy Kenya, build Kenya.
Buy Kenya, build Kenya. In the whole campaign story, there was a whole issue of we're going to scrap and ban Mitumba. Now, what is this about Mitumba? So the Mitumba Association has been associating. And they've been saying things like, no, we contribute a lot to the economy of this Republic
you
of Kenya.
You only need to look at the citizens of this country and look at what they are wearing.
We are
that is our
dressing our people.
Yes.
The chair of the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya is called Teresia Wairimu. She will be joining us to...
No, it's not the Teresia Wairimu I'm thinking of.
Which one are you thinking of?
Kingdom Church, Okoh, Karen.
Sijuila. Oh, huyo. Huyo aliacha na jina Teresia. Anajitanga Teresia. Si huyo. Aliacha na jina Nelson. Si huyo. Not that servant of the Lord.
World Harvest Ministries. Okay, so.
This is the chairman of Mitumbas. She'll be joining us. There's all these allegations of, Mitumba is dirty. Mitumba leads to dumping. Mitumba,
second class citizen.
Yeah. So, come and tell us what exactly is this thing that you people Mitumba people do. Okay? And why should we not ban Mitumba in this country?
Essentially what you're saying is let's stop people from wearing clothes.
Yes.
Bwana tunauzwa Mitumba kwa sisi tu ndio hand me down.
Bwana sisi ndio hatuwezi
hand me down to surely. 18 minutes after 6, we're live streaming the show as usual on YouTube and Facebook. Let's take a look at the weather forecast and then we say hello.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions and a bit of a drizzle in Nairobi, 16 degrees with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 15. It's partly cloudy at 13 in Nakuru with highs of 23, and 25 will be the high in a mostly clear Nyeri at 14. 10 degrees and clear for now in Eldoret with highs of 23 and lows of 10. Out in Mombasa this morning, partly cloudy at 24 with highs of 31, and Malindi is partly cloudy at 25 going to highs of 31. It's clear at 19 in Kisumu, highs of 27, and clear conditions at 16 in Kakamega with highs of 26 and lows of 15. Looking out into a mostly cloudy Kampala at 19 with highs of 27, we'll see lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam is partly sunny already at 23, it will go to highs of 31. This morning, Johannesburg, rain showers and a chance of severe thunderstorms going to highs of 29 and lows of 18. Mogadishu is mostly cloudy at 25 with highs of 32, while Addis Ababa chilly this morning at 8 degrees going to highs of 24 and back down to lows of 8. Lagos is clear at 25 with highs of 32, while Kinshasa is mostly cloudy at 24 with highs of 28 and lows of 23. Tuesday afternoon is mostly sunny in Beijing at 2 with highs of 4. We'll see lows of -3. It's cloudy in Paris at 7 with highs of 8 and lows of 3, while London is mostly cloudy at 5 with highs of 8 and lows of 1. Temperatures are dropping in New York as well. Monday night is clear at 3, coming into Tuesday, highs of 11 and lows of 0.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
That's it.
SpiceFM 94.4.
Watu wameamka leo asubuhi. Good morning, CT Ndu and Eric. I am joining you from Kansas City as we end our Monday where the temperatures are in the negatives. Lakini Mungu ni nani? That's Joel Odondi. That's your cousin. Greeting you this morning.
He's actually an ordained reverend.
Oh, really? Reverend Joel Odondi. Good morning.
Reverend, this morning.
Reverend in the Anglican Church?
No, AIC.
AIC. Ah, voilà.
Kuna AIC America?
Si ndio ilitoka huko.
Africa Inland Church.
Si huko ndio ilitoka.
America branch.
Ile ambayo ilikuja kutoka England ilikuwa Church Mission Society. Ndio hao ni AIC.
Sasa huko America inaitwa nini?
Bro,
what do they call it in America?
Which country do I live in?
So you ask your cousin.
Joel, tell us, what's AIC called in America?
But he'll tell us just now. Sir George Gashoiri was in Manchester last time we checked. Where are you this morning? George says, good morning. Ndu, CT, Eric, Ednah, Leo Nico lock it. Moses Nyambura says, good morning. Kenyans tuned in from Westlands. Moses says, please edit the date. Yes, got it. We're on the 28th. Owen Bosiri says, good morning and good people. Always a great show from you guys watching from New York. Concrete jungle where rooms are made of. Okay. Zeke says, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Mucho blessings and God's covering upon your lives. Amen. Abita the lady says, good morning, the great trio. Kisumu, Kai Pile. Did I say that right? Oi, Titi. Kisumu, Kai Pile.
Pile, here, daily. Pile is daily.
And then Kai?
Kai, here.
I'm here daily.
Yes.
Oh, Kisumu is here daily.
Yes. That's the official representative of Kisumu and is here daily.
Umegelit. I'm in Gelit.
Yes.
And she's saying hello, a special hello to Ednah. Msalimiwa bwana. Salimia watu kwa hewa. Thank you very much. Mkono mbili. Isaac Okoh says, good morning, CT Ndu, Latiff, listening to you from Eldoret. Good morning, people of God. Greetings from South Korea. Thanks for the good job you guys are doing. Thank you, Fred Otieno. Good morning to you. Julius Kenyanjui says, good morning, Spice people. Keep on keeping on. That's the point. That's the spirit. New Delhi tuned in. Hello, CT, Eric. Missed you guys. Where were you? Did you not go to the airport for the last 3 days? Looking forward to another exciting morning. That's Carol. Joe Mungai says he's tuning in from Bonny Lake. I'm in the Spice House. Your interview with Sosion was spot on. Keep it up. To CT, I thought you'd surprise us with a turban. Ukona turban?
Tunangoja hiyo.
Turban.
Kilemba.
We want a blue one.
Kilemba a different colors.
Expecting it, then how can it be a surprise?
Ah, voila. The surprise is coming. David Weed says, good morning. Another morning we forge on. Yes, we do. Joseph Otima says, good morning from Eldoret. It's sad that Ruto and his folks can sit and think of selling KICC, says Toti Bishop. Well, good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela Eco locked. Got it. Anthony Onyango says, locked in from Rongo. Robert Mbogotuni from Mombasa. Jimmy Rekesa says, good morning. My favorite three, good morning. Kamadawa. Kamadawa. All right. And that's Alex Mnai. Mashari Anjeru says, good morning, Team Spice. Hope you're having a lovely morning. It's 7:10 in Portland, Oregon. And Maya Okoh says, good morning. Lovely Tuesday. To you too, man. The 2000. Today is here, Buana. Tuesday is here. Merry Christmas. To you too.
Yo.
Afuna Major says, still here. Good. Tuning from Buona Vista in Singapore. You three look great. Tune in from the foot of Wenzori Mountains is where Akiki is, and says, CT, hope hiyo top ni poa sana. All right. Brian Oginga says, good morning, tuning from Tel Aviv, enjoying this cold morning. Good morning, my good people. Jeffrey Mogaka says, have a fantastic day ahead. Kamau Kabudha, good morning, tuning from Kirigiti, Kiambu. Ndu, my daughter loves to hear you say SpiceFM at X. Do I say it like that? Okay, Sawa. We'll remember it later. Helsinki, check at -7 degrees this morning. I was watching a documentary, and the South Pole currently, they're at -26 degrees at the beginning of winter. It's dark at 3. It's now we've lost all sun completely. And I was watching how this fella now gets ready to go to the store, and the layers of clothing they wear.
And they're still in the same galaxy as ours. The
Yes, my dear.
There's another galaxy.
And the winter never starts. This is just the beginning. -26 degrees. By the time they get to end of December, when it's the bitterest cold, I really wonder if they'll be coming outside of the house. Helsinki, where shade is this morning, it's -7 already. Good morning. Tuned in from Burundi is Duck Florian Masabo, sorry. Good morning to you. 3 chiefs making our day spicy. Frederico Mutiti is tuned in. Lamek Oteno is here. Ndu Ebu earrings again. Earrings what? They're here. Just one I didn't wear today. Alex Asige says, is it by design that everyone in the studio puts on glasses? Yeah, we decided let's wear them today. Tomorrow we will not be wearing them. You know, it's a thing like that. George Kamau says, Leo tunaongelelea nini? Si Eric alituambia bwana. Ulikuwa wapi? Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you in the room.
City? South Sudan.
South Sudan.
Yes,
changing your mind is not being a liar.
Changing your mind is not being a liar.
Don't say it out loud. Some people might think they will just come and say, well, I just changed my mind.
No, this proverb is for all Kenyans.
What I told you yesterday was the truth.
That was the truth.
I've just changed my mind about it.
I have released 10 billion shillings to the counties for fighting El Nino. So come tomorrow and say, I've changed my mind.
It's now 2.7.
It's now 2.7 billion.
In fact, to be honest, the cabinet just agreed that for the whole country it's 7 billion. But I've just changed my
mind.
Yes.
Right.
Tuangalie headlines.
Mass sackings loom as NHIF changes begin. Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha has told health fund workers their jobs are not guaranteed in this new scheme. In 2 months, those to leave will receive their letters. Give me a structure that will help me answer to the many questions regarding whether jobs are guaranteed or not. That's what she said. That would be interesting to see. Parents in court want Form 1 selection halted. We saw a number of schools at the High Court yesterday seeking to have their petition of halt to Form 1 selection because of alleged discrepancies in the marking of the KCPE exams. So quite a number of schools and families and teachers behind this petition. It will be interesting to see if that prayer is answered. Cabinet sets aside 7 billion for floods. What Ruto Ryla proposals on law means to hustlers, and some of the proposals are less travel by government, an increase in top executive offices, reduction in fuel prices, collapse of government institutions, increase of allocations to counties, and audit of last year's presidential elections. We'll have a conversation about that this morning. On the front page of The Nation, court suspends new health plan. Citi, there's something you said a while ago, and I think it's very interesting, that now you're seeing the robustness of the justice system, that you can actually take things to court and the court will say, you know what, just because it's been proposed and even debated, it doesn't mean we have to do it.
No.
So the court can decide. You people have decided last week.
Wait first.
Susan Nakhumicha gazetted the board, right? Court says, you know what, all of this shift where you say you cannot access medical health, government services, etc., you just hold on. A judge yesterday granted orders halting the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Fund Act, the Primary Healthcare Act, and the Digital Healthcare Act, dealing a blow to President William Ruto's push to effect the new plan that seeks to make it mandatory for every family to contribute a percentage of their income to the fund. So the Medical Practitioners Union took this petition, actually. The court has granted that, at least until February 2024.
Okay.
Ryla queries KCP integrity as parents sue. That's also there. State seeks to privatize 11 parastatals. Mwea Rice Mills, Kenya Seed Company, Rivertex East Africa, Kenya Pipeline Company, National Oil Corporation, Kenya Literary Bureau, the Numerical Machining Complex, the Kenyatta International Convention Center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 3 more. The National Treasury has set in motion the process of selling nearly a dozen government-controlled entities.
For a moment there, I thought you were saying they're also planning to sell the National Treasury.
Well, for all we know, it's been sold. And this is all to raise money and free up cash
but
for operations.
Pipeline makes money.
Yes,
so why are you selling it?
This is a good question.
And it's not the only one that makes money. KICC may be KICC may be underutilized, but it doesn't mean it cannot make money.
So that's why they're
selling it to a private entity. Let them go ahead and make the money.
No. How if the private entity can see the sense in investing, it means it can make money. People who invest don't invest because it's a hobby. They invest so that they can make money.
Yeah. So you make it make more money, like they've done with Safaricom.
No.
How much is government making from Safaricom?
But government hasn't sold Safaricom.
It has sold us some shares of Safaricom.
Yes, but it has.
That's the same thing now here. It's IPOs.
Nope.
No what?
No, doesn't make sense.
Sawa. Jogona Ndongo should be coming here tomorrow. Sindio? The CS for Treasury. He'll tell us. We'll ask him, what are you selling? Unataka ngapi tukupatie sai
deposit sasa hivi
sisi na hiyo shamba yote, bring down that building.
Yes. Tuweke a football field.
Yes.
Tupande mahindi.
No, football ndio mzuri. La Liga can come and play here.
KCC is prime real estate.
They can come and rent the field.
Business Daily, 200 billion shilling assets reach parastatals put on sale. Top banks set aside 62 billion shillings anticipating record defaults. 8 Tier 1 banks, including Equity, KCB and Stanbic, have increased their loan loss provisions by 45.8% to 62 billion in the third quarter of this year in anticipation of massive defaults due to a tough operating environment. In the third quarter, the 8 large lenders put aside 42.9 billion as insurance cash against potential defaults, or what is known as loan loss provision. The 62 billion loan loss provision is close to what those lenders set aside in 2020 during COVID.
This 62 is collective?
Yes, 62 billion, 8 collective, 8 banks. Okay. They're basically saying, all these banks are saying, we anticipate that the people we've lent money to are not going to be able to pay us, to be remitting the money as they are supposed to. So we are making a provision in our books for those non-performing loans. Former EAPCC workers allowed seize 1.3 billion shillings. East Africa Portland Cement Company has suffered a blow after the Court of Appeal failed to lift an order obtained by former workers attaching its bank accounts over 1.3 billion shilling debt. 2 EPZ farms to fire 7,800 employees. Online forex brokers hit with a new tax. City? The Star.
Right. Top right-hand corner, in Till Green, there is a gentleman called Natembea. I am walking. Okay? He has a problem. His problem is his deputy. Well, this is news. Nyeri, governor, last cycle of governorship across the country, had a deputy whom he didn't get along with. This isn't new. This has happened before. But in his case, this is what it reads. Natembea drops DP Gachagwa's name in fallout with his deputy. His deputy is called Philomena Kapkori. They don't seem to see eye to eye, which is okay. Where does the deputy come into this whole story? This is Trans Nzoia.
Deputy President.
Deputy President. He's brought in, yes. He's dropped Gachagwa's name.
Okay.
And the Gachagwa's deputy of the country, not his.
Okay.
Okay. Kenya Pipeline and 11 KICC among 11 state firms lined up for sale. Same story in all the papers. There's a Kenyan man who was caught. There was an explosion, there's a fire, and he got burned rather badly. He's stuck in a Mexican hospital after severe burns. Okay. And they're asking if you know his name. The public report shows that his name is Francis Kamau Shege. Okay. He's apparently in a coma as we speak.
Oh, yeah.
And his girlfriend cannot reach his family.
Oh, Bambi.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just mentioning this in case you know him. Story is on page 3 of the Star. Then bang in the middle of the paper, way forward, it does not address lowering the cost of living. The same, that Azimio and the other people talking. Raila calls crisis meeting as Azimio split over report.
Crisis then.
But it's a good thing.
Okay.
It's good for people to disagree in the open. Individual MPs from Odinga's camp have termed it as underwhelming.
What, the reports, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Okay. When I resist. Ruto cabinet unveils plan to deal with raging floods. Now, the picture of the raging floods, they are raging actually.
They are.
Roads that previously existed and now don't. And if they do, only pieces of those roads exist. There's a place called Modogo and there's a place called Garissa. There's like a stretch. If you are told this was a stretch, you wouldn't believe it because it's a lake.
That's a road.
This was a road.
Good golly.
Golly gosh, ndio.
Yeah.
Where?
Mungu ni na?
Nani?
Okay. Right.
Haya, tufanye traffic basi.
Nzuri sana.
Si ndio? Haya, tuambie vile barabara zinakaa.
All right, a little bit of movement on Jogoro this morning. We'll see then as you get towards Haile Selassie, coming in from that Kamkunji junction, maybe some movement. It's outbound, so we shouldn't have too much of an issue for now. It's also building on the Thika Superhighway right around Pangani at the underpass. Let's look further ahead and see exactly what's happening there as you come in from that GSU headquarters. There's movement coming in from Githurai. Looks like it'll be busy for now. Coming in from Clay City, but again, nothing too painful right about now. The Northern Bypass feeding off towards Limuru Road as well as Kiambu Road, I think will be okay for now. Coming in from Lower Kabete, traffic has started to build up, and also on Wayaki Way, it's already starting to look busy. James Gishoro, not really. Some movement coming in from Zima Springs, all this traffic then coming from Gong Road. Everybody's moving, no hold-ups for now. The morning is still young. Let's see what happens later. And indeed, let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
There are a number of issues in the courts, right? Education is one big one. The Health Act is also another one. Let's look at education. Schools move to court as KCP integrity is questioned. Over 200 parents from 2 private primary schools have moved to the High Court seeking to have the premises of the Kenya National Examination Council declared a crime scene, and orders for the temporary suspension of the Form 1 selection exercise. Parents and learners from the Kitengele International School and Seth Green Hill Academy Mixed Day and Boarding and Junior School filed the petitions through Advocate Danston Omari yesterday. The petitioners argue that since they intend to challenge the results, they would be disadvantaged if the selection for Form 1 places go ahead on the basis of the results that the learners have been awarded. The controversy over the Kenya Certificate of Primary Education examination results also drew the attention of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga, members of parliament, and the teachers' union. Odinga condemned the government for what he described as a failure to conduct credible national examinations. He wondered how candidates belonging to the same class could score similar marks in a particular subject in reference to some of the results that had attracted national attention. The chairperson of the National Assembly Education Committee, Julius Meli, said the glaring irregularities were inexcusable. He says it is not possible for over 100 students to all score 75 marks in one subject because students have different capabilities. When you see students scoring the same marks, then there is a problem, either on how the marking was done or how those students were supervised. I don't see the reason why this exam marking process was hurried. The Cabinet Secretary must act on these issues, and if he can't deliver, he should be sent home, according to Emuria Dikir MP Johanna Nino. In the 2 separate suits filed under certificates of urgency, the parents of the 2 schools urged the court to grant conservatory orders suspending the Form 1 placement that was to start yesterday. Pending the hearing and determination of the petition, the court be pleased to issue a conservatory order temporarily suspending the 3rd respondent's declaration on the Form 1 placement exercise slated for November 27th. Right.
What is their main bone of contention?
So there are 2.
Yeah.
main ones. I mean, there are a flurry of others, but this is one that there are several students who got the same marks in the same subject, and the supervisors having accepted from a very long time ago that it is highly unlikely that 100 students, for example, would all get 75 marks in science. Or would get 75 marks in social studies, because your thinking capability and capacity is different. What is the likelihood of all of you selecting A, B, C, D like that in pattern?
If you are taught A, B, C, D.
So that's why they said...
And you all remember that it is A, B, C, D.
So they said it's either how they were taught or that there was a problem here with the marking, whereby you just said... I'm feeling
so the
75
complaint is
today.
they feel 75 is too low or 75 is too high. What's the beef with the 75? So, okay, everybody has gotten 75. So what's your problem?
This is a good question.
Is that you wanted 90 or what? What is it?
So they're saying that in some cases it's possible that one student may have gotten 90 or would have gotten
and then
8,
it was dropped to
and then
75.
So it's as though one average was applied across board. And so in that, they're seeing discrepancies with the marking. That what was happening with this particular marking, was somebody lazy on the set day?
Somebody decided.
Did somebody just decide, you know what, I'm feeling like 75 is a good number today.
75,
Let's just give 75. Everybody gets a 75. That's what it looks like, okay? So they're saying one. Secondly, the other issue is, and I saw this in the presser yesterday, that parents did complain about their children having scored, because you know what they do in the third term, is that the regularity of examinations goes higher and higher.
So they give them past papers?
More or less.
Okay.
All right. And that they would score a certain mark with the standardization elements included. And that they would see that these students would score a certain number, and it became regular over time. So then you get to think, this child of mine is a 390. This child of mine is a 400. This child of mine is a 410 because of this regularity. And then come the exam results, this person has dropped significantly by 30, 40 marks. And they say, how is that possible that this has happened with these results? That wouldn't the regularity show you that, give or take, 5 to 10 marks is what would have been the difference, not 30.
You know, these creative committees
40.
that the government is always forming to look into this and the other. One should be formed to look into this because it raises a question that has reared its head on many occasions, it's just never gone to court. Where it's not the first time you hear someone, a class of people who have been doing very well, even in the so-called mocks, come the exams and suddenly
crazy,
and you're wondering what did they get wrong? And it's not one or two people who have been A students from the get-go, and you're thinking,
you're almost sure that they were going to score, some.
These are, when you say A, meaning they get A's, it's what they get. So they come to this exam and so you ask, okay, is this something that happened in the past or is this present? Let's put it this way, it's difficult to answer that question. Maybe if we put in a task force and these other forces that we sometimes put in place, we might get to the bottom of this and we might get to understand once and for all. First of all, explain to people how it is that people go about marking, how exams are set, the marking scheme, and then one may be able to sort of like figure out how it is that the ball may have been dropped or the ball just simply dropped itself.
Yeah.
Yes. But this is a serious thing because you see, unfortunately for us in this country, these things we're talking about are people's lives.
Absolutely. And the importance that is placed on a national exam of this caliber, it marks you. You can say whatever we want, but it marks you for the rest of your existence. The school you will go to and somebody knows. Imagine people are calling, teachers are already calling, your name is not Eric, that's my 400. You can imagine. That mark goes with you forever.
It does.
And then this is significant because this is the last standard 8. This is the last opportunity that you have.
If there was a problem with the paper, then it wouldn't be one school.
It wouldn't.
Or if it is and others haven't reported, then let's hear.
But what is it?
There's sporadic
what is it
complaints.
In this country? I mean, there's no result that does not have some dispute of some sort.
Whether it's election, whether it is exam, whether it is
standard date, form
blood
4,
test.
Eric,
as in everything has some issue.
Yes. When it's not the exam, it's us. It's nothing to do with the exams.
Yeah.
When you have a country where something as simple, and you'd think this is easy to understand, as capitation that is meant for students, even then, there's hanky-panky. I mean, you're thinking, hey, Yani, there are no limits here.
But this particular one is interesting because there is a lot of murmuring in the groups that you are in WhatsApp. There's a lot of murmuring. People's children have collapsed, been taken to hospital because they said those are not my marks.
This is long overdue. This particular murmuring that is getting louder is long overdue.
It's been there. It's this time it's loud.
It's loud.
Yes,
it's gone to court for the first time ever.
Yes.
So I mean,
that's what I'm asking. I mean, what is it? It can't be that the markers of the let's start with the setters of the exam had an agenda.
But these are people who know
the markers of the exam. These exams have been marked. You'll find most probably the people who are marking the exam this time are the same ones who've marked before.
Usually it is, and they're trained the same.
Are you going to say that there was some kind of nonchalance?
How can it?
Applied?
It can't be.
It can't be. Not why.
Are we saying it was one individual marker who went completely rogue? What are we saying? And it happens to be the marker who was marking the exams for this particular school. This is where now, about this task force that did the thingamajig and went on a walkabout and came out on a report about whether CBC should be CBC or there should be something else. Remember that one? Yeah. Perhaps.
But you know what's going to happen? In the coming days, there are going to be schools who are going to come up because the schools are getting their lists right now in terms of
you
compilation
believe
of
we're going to
results.
hear more of these moments?
Yes, schools are going to come out and start talking about how in SST, CRE, there's 70 across board. How is that possible? Wait and see. Next coming days, it's more of it is going to come out.
Okay, so what is it that would make this happen? So the issue here is, why would all students in a class score the same mark? What would lead to that? The other issue is, why would students who ordinarily perform very well suddenly not perform so well? Are we hearing cases of students who do not ordinarily perform very well performing exceptionally well? Or is it just one way? What is it that is, what's happening here?
Is it that this particular subject, there's a trend that does not fit into what you'd call the normal curve when it comes to these things? For instance, this 75% that we keep talking about, are we saying that within the realms of possibility, literally here possibility, it isn't possible for people to get 75%, but then also, is that 75% meaning that they all got the same points on the same question?
No, come on, I don't think so. It's not possible. Now, if that was the case, then you say there's a problem here. If every single question, everybody got it right or wrong, that would then contribute to this 75. That's a discrepancy.
We would understand. But what if they just got 75? But
it's random.
Different.
Random,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So then where's the problem?
That's the thing.
That's the thing.
That's why that committee that did the thingamajig,
Working party.
even
so
if it's not,
everything will be Fungua server. Now we Fungua KCP server. KCSE is coming out in a few weeks' time.
oh,
Fungua
that one I'm sure is going.
But they've already started talking now, even before they started.
Oh, that one I think
KCSE has already started.
There's something that's just not right in Kenya. Something is just not right. And it must have started somewhere.
All isn't well, that's for certain.
That's for sure.
Something.
All is not well.
It can't be at the elections, Fungua server, exam, Fungua server, uenda kwa daktari, Fungua server.
Iko shida
means.
There's a doctor who refused to perform unnecessary tests and was fired by the hospital that had employed him.
You see? Let a person know.
That's an interesting story. Right?
Yeah.
Dr. Jigar Patel was sacked for refusing to carry out what he termed unnecessary tests, admissions, and CT scans on patients to generate revenue for Max Cure Hospital Limited, based in Nakuru, in Kisumu rather. Dr. Patel was awarded 2.5 million shillings in aggravated damages, salary arrears of 5.85 million shillings for 6 months between November 21 and April 2022, and 3 months salary in lieu of notice, 2.95 million shillings. The court has also ordered that the doctor be paid 141,922 as return airfare to India and 5 months salary as compensation for wrongful dismissal, amounting 4.875 million. Total 16M.
This judge here understands a thing or two about these things.
Yeah.
Good amount.
So the issue here is, between August 30th, 2022 and September 15th, 2022, let's start with. The man was employed as a consultant physician on a 2-year term, fixed-term contract in a letter of appointment dated September 2021. Come August last year, up to September 15th last year, the hospital management began summoning him to several meetings where he was asked to take a pay cut on the grounds that the hospital was not doing well financially. The doctor said, "You're not doing well financially." "Well, I'm doing well.
Pay
me my money." He was then issued with a with a notice to show cause why disciplinary action should not be taken against him in a letter dated September 15th last year. He says he responded to the notice, and on the following day he received an invitation to a disciplinary hearing on September 19th. The hospital claimed that for a year there had been no visible growth in Dr. Patel's practice in terms of the number of patients visiting the clinic, and there were also few inpatient admissions. He was accused of being rude to his peers and colleagues. The main issue raised by the hospital in the evidence submitted to the tribunal was that the claimant was paid a higher salary than what he generated in terms of revenue.
How is that his problem?
However, according to Dr. Patel, he was asked to carry out unnecessary tests, hospital admissions, and CT scans on patients in order to generate revenue for the hospital. But he refused to do so. It's against his oath. He says his role was to treat patients who came to the hospital without preset targets for tests or admissions, and it was not his duty to go out and get patients for the hospital.
I agree with him.
That's what I was going to ask.
I agree with him.
Did his contract say marketing and sales was part of it?
He's not a recruitment agency.
In its testimony, the hospital's human resource manager admitted that it was not Patel's job to improve the flow of patients to the hospital or do marketing or collect revenue.
It isn't.
The hospital had said that the doctor was underperforming and that Dr. Patel did not assist the hospital with business development, causing losses. It also accused him of failing to take advice, consultation, and or direction from anyone, failing to adhere to reporting times, being a habitual latecomer, failing to cooperate with other departments, and getting upset if anyone suggested a procedure. Daktari, naona huyu tumchinja. Huyu afanya CT scan. No. It also accused him of seeing clients in private. For that,
he's supposed to.
He was summarily dismissed.
Do you know what this story has just done? It's opened a lid on a subject that's often whispered about.
Yes.
How private hospitals give you drugs you don't need, tests you don't need. I mean, you've gone there with a bloody toothache. I think you need to stay overnight.
Do an MRI.
MRI, we need to put you overnight for observation. Toothache.
It could be something inside.
Nerves.
Presenting.
Nerves.
Could be a nerve thing.
And nerves are also connected to the brain. MRI. Aisuru.
Yeah. City.
The story of parents, chief. Man, this thing. Ish. Right. Tomato prices are set to rise because El Nino has disrupted supply.
It's true.
Okay.
That's what I'll tell. The story on page 11 of the Star.
Okay.
So Kenyans now have to dig deeper into their pockets to spice their meals with tomatoes in the wake of increased prices. You thought it was petrol. Tomato. Okay. The commodities price has tripled. Petroleum, you better not change 2 bob, 3 bob, 4 bob. Tomato, tripled.
Nyanya has gone up by 3
tripled.
3 times.
Yes, from 3 bob to 9 bob, like that. Okay. In the past 2 months, in what dealers attribute to high demand against low supply due to the rainy and cold weather in many parts of the country. Yes. Thought I would just mention that in passing.
Tell us about this gentleman in Mexico.
That story is a good story, and it is in my interest to tell you. Okay? We're asking if you know this man. The man hails from Githunguri in Kiambu and was reportedly living in the Mexican city of Guadalajara.
Guadalajara.
Yes, it is in Jara, but I'm sure that J is a ha. Is a ha. Guadalajara. Located in the west of the country where the accident happened. Explosion, he was involved in it. The city is known for its vibrant social life, being the origin of tequila and mariachi music.
Being the Auditor General of tequila?
The origin.
Oh. I was going to say, I had a drink before the accident.
Auditor General. It is not clear.
Do you have potatoes in your house? You have potatoes in your house?
I do.
Are they current?
You come and see.
Have they mutated? It is not clear what the nature of the explosion was and what caused it, as well as the extent of the injuries. The report shows Shega's unnamed girlfriend has been unable to establish contact with his family in Kenya and Australia. She's appealing for quick contact with the family to rescue the man's life and care for him in the medical journey. Okay?
Wait. She wants... So she's looking for his family in Kenya and Australia.
He has relatives in Australia.
She's never talked to them. Or
No.
what is it here?
And it's not known whether she's Kenyan or Mexican. That one we don't know. Okay?
But he hails from Githunguri.
No, this guy. No, the guy comes from Githunguri. But let me
the lady...
Okay. Those with information, including the man's family members, are requested to contact the Kenyan embassy in Washington, D.C. or reach out to one Deborah Hernandez, whose contact is star this, or let me read it. Star 5255-7229-3247. Okay? Kenya, yes? Kenya is accredited to Mexico from its embassy in Washington, D.C. The Star's multiple attempts to reach the number on Monday for further details about the man bore no fruit. The staff tried to reach this number, as the owner did not respond or to messages or calls. Unconfirmed reports late Monday said his family members had contacted the girlfriend and relevant authorities. So there's a lot that is unclear about this gentleman, except for the fact that he was involved in an accident. He's suffering from burns.
Even this accident. So what happened?
There was an explosion.
What caused the explosion? Explosion in the house or the gas explosion?
It's not explained. It's not explained.
And right now he's in a coma in a hospital. And the girlfriend is looking for the family so that she can take care of him.
Yes.
She needs the family so that she can take care.
She needs help. She needs financial help. That's what I gather from this.
Okay.
He suffered from severe burns as a result of this. Now, that's what is being reported. Now, if you want to analyze it further, you start with, why is this thing not so clear?
What exactly happened to him?
Okay, let's start. Is he actually in hospital? If you really want to ask the question.
Yeah.
It's a bit strange.
There's very many questions.
Because normally if you're a Kenyan and you're stuck there, embassy, that's why we have embassy. Embassy comes in. Embassy sees
Has
what
she
to
reached
do.
out to the embassy?
Yes. But the staff said they've tried to call this number that was given.
For the
Nada.
embassy?
Yep, they have not got.
This staff for number.
Star 5D plus this, the other. They haven't been able to get the person.
So how did they start land on this story?
You know, they don't tell us that one. They only say that he was involved in an explosion on Friday, November 24th, 23, and sustained extensive injury. His girlfriend said Francis...
Friday, Juicy.
His girlfriend said Francis is in a medically induced coma. He has severe burns, which means your degree of burn in you.
True. Wow.
The story has too many gaps. So it is difficult to know how to help, what to do, and how to go about it. Because the number that was given, we're not even told how they got the number. There's a name that has been mentioned here. Washington, D.C. has been mentioned. And Mexico has also been mentioned. However, Mexico does have an embassy in Nairobi.
Yes, they
so
do.
perhaps the family could reach out to the embassy in Nairobi and find out what can be done for this fellow Kenyan.
Sticky one.
It's unclear. That's what makes it even stickier.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay.
No, what you said is adequate. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. That headline in the Standard today, talking about mass sackings looming as NHIF changes begin, is also going to be an interesting one to observe. So there's this new authority, and then there is the NHIF, and all workers of NHIF are required to reapply
For their jobs.
In
fact, Nahumicha wants a structure.
He's telling this new board, give me a structure.
Then you know
that
who
shows.
can still be here or not.
So in the meantime, in the next 1 year, is NHIF going to be as efficient with workers? Not sure whether they are saying
it's what they call a no-brainer. It won't.
Oh my God.
No, it won't.
It's 7 a.m.
brightens up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Asato. President William Ruto has reiterated that all government services will be available online from next month. Speaking at the Commonwealth Secretary General Innovation Awards 2023, Ruto said that these will make it easy for Kenyans to access the services irrespective of their location.
So when we say we are running with technology, we are not only digitizing government services, and we have 13,000 government services already digitized. By end of next month, we could possibly have every government service on a digital platform that you can access using technology.
National Assembly Majority Leader Japanni has floated accusations against the former President Uhuru Kenyatta, claiming that he is the man behind the split among leaders on the outcome of the National Dialogue talks. These after former Azimio la Umoja presidential running mate Martha Karua and former Defence CS Eugene Malo disputed the proposals made by the National Dialogue Committee, arguing that they failed to tackle the critical matters Kenyans are facing. Taking to X Monday, Shungu accused Kenyatta of interfering with the efforts the government is making towards reforming the nation, terming him the talks saboteur, while accusing the former head of state as the man responsible for the economic crisis in the nation is facing. Ishungwa advised him to steer clear from meddling with the government's affairs. Azimio leader Raila Odinga now wants the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate the government-to-government oil deal. The Azimio boss claimed that no action has been taken by the three bodies since he raised the G2G oil issue publicly. Through his lawyer Paul Mwangi, Raila asked EACC, the Auditor General and the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority to launch an investigation. On March 10th, the government signed 3 master framework agreements for the importation of refined petroleum products for sale in Kenya and transit markets with Aramco Trading, Fujairah FZE, Emirates National Oil Company Singapore Private Limited and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company Limited, according to Raila. At the same time, the government also signed an operations agreement in relation to the importation of refined petroleum products with 3 oil marketing companies. Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya has now linked Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to the tussle between him and Deputy Governor Philomena Kapkori. Natembeya blamed Gachagua for the raging war between them for months now, saying Deputy President's visit to the region in August marked the beginning of the frosty relationship. Appearing before the Senate Devolution Committee inquiring on the matter, he revealed that the stroke that broke the camel's back when the Deputy Governor attended the United Nations General Assembly in New York without his approval. Last week, Kapkori told senators that her life was in danger, alleging senior officers under the governor have directly threatened her life. Natembeya termed the invite from the devolution principal secretary suspect as it bypassed him, with Kapkori the only deputy governor invited among 5 county bosses. Dozens of secondary and primary school interns in Kisumu wanted the government to recruit them on permanent and pensionable terms. The teachers who were drawn from across Kisumu County School said now that their 1-year contract in service is coming to a close, the Teacher Service Commissioner's Commission should employ them on permanent terms. At least 1,300 teachers in Kisumu alone were recruited in February on internship terms. Group leaders Duncan Odieki, Evelyn Ongwacho and Evelyn Mayaka said they are not ready to sign a new internship terms, adding that they are ready for permanent terms. At the Kenyatta International Convention Center, the Kenya Pipeline Company and the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries have been marked for privatization through a public notice. The National Treasury and Economic Planning Ministry said that the proposals has been made in accordance with the Privatization Act 2023, Section 21, Subsection 1, which dictates that the Treasury Cabinet Secretary shall identify and determine entities to be included in the privatization program. At the parastatal said to be onboarded on the 2023 privatization program include the Kenya Literature Bureau KLB, National Oil Corporation of Kenya, the Kenya Seed Company Limited and Moya Rice Mills Limited. And 6 people, including a woman, have perished following a grisly road accident involving an Eastern Matatu and a lorry along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. The driver of the Matatu rammed into the rear of a lorry near the Flyover Trading Center as he was trying to overtake a fleet of vehicles along the climbing lane. The 6th victim passed on while undergoing treatment at Naivasha Sub-County Hospital, whereas 6 other people, including 2 minors, were admitted in critical condition. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, traffic building on the Thika Superhighway. We're coming into the city hot all the way through then towards the Pangani underpass, and that starts somewhere around Survey. Before that, coming in from Clay City, that seems to have reduced just a little bit. The northern bypass looks good as it does coming on Limuru Road. We'll probably see movement closer to traffic hour. As you're coming in from Lower Kabete through towards Westlands, you're fine, at least for now. Let's take a look at James Gishuru, where over that drift usually is an issue. But today I think you will be able to get through without a scratch. Gong Road then coming in is all right into the city. At your junctions here and there is where you'll find a bit of an issue. But heading on to Huru Highway, coming in from Mombasa Road, Capital Centre, out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then through to Huru Highway, slowing down considerably with traffic this morning. On Outer Ring, there's movement as there is going in towards North Airport Road, coming in from Cabanas out towards the Embakasi Village train stop. Traffic continues. Let's talk Spice FM, KE on X. Keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi, Abasi. We are on to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Thank you very much for everybody joining us on our YouTube, Facebook, KTN Home, Spice FM across the country. Well, as we're seeing everybody now talking about Form 1 selection, that has brought in a big issue here. People have gone to court and said, let's halt this Form 1 selection. Form 1 selection will happen at some point anyway. And those that were in Form 1 or Form 2 or Form 3 will still be going back to school. And they will need school fees. And that's why Kiwi says,
step up and shine. Go to your duka as you've done. Well done. Thank you so much. You're so generous. Unataka kunipe ngapi?
2 chances for you this morning.
Thank you very much. So I've gone to the shop, Eric and Sons, and we've gotten our Kiwi. Remember, it's the one with the new logo. Don't pick up the one with the new logo is what I want you to pick up. Okay. So now I've gotten this and I've dialed *459*5#, and I found a code when I popped the lid under one of these thingies, and then I got instant airtime and data. This one was airtime, this one was data. So that glorious thing happened. But guess what? For both of them, I was entered into the draw. Entered into the draw means what? That the possibility of me getting 35,000 shillings towards school fees is great. 4 people every week winning because we bought Kiwi. It could be you. But where are you? Are you buying Kiwi? So that it can be you. So come January, whatever happens with selection, you can step up and shine because your school fees has been what?
Sorted. If you're thinking about, the money that I have is for school fees, go buy Kiwi, win school fees, and then take that money, go to Nakuru. Una Nakuru? Unaenda hivi. Pass Nakuru, pass Ngata Farm, go. As you get to Salga, where the cops usually are, before you start now the incline, there at Salga, to the right, you drive in about 300 meters or walk 300 meters you can
can
walk.
do it.
Right? New development coming up there.
Tell me about it.
Piece of land, big one, subdivided into 1/8 plots. And they're selling them for lovely developments. Okay? So it's called Delight Nakuru. It's in Salga. Salga is just about 20 minutes from Nakuru town, Nakuru city. It's within the city. Okay? 300 meters to the right off the road, this brand new swanky development that's coming up, Delight Nakuru. And they're saying, you know what, just grab your 1/8 of an acre today, 799,000, you know. And if you are among the first 50, because you've heard it this morning on SpiceFM, it comes down from 799 to 750.
Wow.
Just by listening to us. Down
50,000 shillings.
50K. 750,000 bob. There's a payment plan. So once you put in a deposit of 80,000 shillings, you can pay the balance within 30 days.
Bill?
Or you can actually go and discuss and have a conversation with them and tell them, you know what, I'd like a longer repayment period. And they say, yeah, we can discuss. Put in a deposit of X amount of money, up to 12 months installment repayments. We can do this. There's a new big development that will be coming up there. Flat land, beautiful. You have views of, that incline as you climb into Sachangwan and into Molo. And you can also see Rongai. You can see,
beautiful.
Friend. My friend. Cities, you know the place?
I can actually see it as you're talking. The road winds kidogo. They're going to that Shangan one place. I can never get that name.
Sachangwan.
See, I told them.
Yes. So just before you start now going up at the Salga shopping center down here, remember it's usually a flat as you approach
that
Salga.
Thing is straight.
Yeah.
But actually, there's like a slight incline. You don't see it.
But it's a slight one.
Slight, but it's there. And it's also long. Now, just when you're about to now take that turn as you climb, going towards that such place.
Yes.
And you mentioned, okay? On your right,
yes,
there's like a road.
Yes,
that's the road you follow.
300 meters off the road, you go in there. This new development will have very many new neighbors, plus also public amenities that have been set aside. These are going to be for public amenities. The community can decide we want to have a police post here, chief's office, a kindergarten, shops. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's a free country. After all, you bought it.
Yes.
It's yours. 799 bob. Now, there are site visits every Wednesday. 1,000 shillings. Bobs. Site visits on Wednesday and Saturday. Vehicles departing can come at 7 a.m. Or if you're at Nakuru, meet at West Side Mall at 8:30 a.m. SMS the word Nakuru to 20321. Nakuru, send that to 20321. They'll get back to you. They'll give you more details. They'll tell you, in fact, Erika, kuna kitu Erika kuambia. Ile kitu kuambia.
Kweli wa mambo ni huu.
Wacha tukuambie. Yeah. City.
Yes.
Don't give us the proverb yet. We are waiting for our guests to arrive.
Yes.
And when they come, they'll come and join us. What we'll be discussing is what is also on the Standard this morning. All right? This one. What Ruto Raila proposals on law mean to the hustlers. It's on page 4. Ndu, you want to start there?
Okay, so some of the proposals: less travel by government officials.
Yes.
An increase in top executive offices, reduction in fuel prices, collapse of government institutions, increase of allocations to the counties, an audit of last year's presidential elections, whereas the report to the dialogue team has been received with heavy undertones. A peek inside shows elaborate plans to trim government spending and enhance funding to counties for development. Okay, now they want radical austerity measures to ease Kenya's burden. So some of the key recommendations would generally impact state operations, apart from creation of the office of the official opposition leader and 2 deputies. That could open a new spending front from the exchequer. A bulk of the recommendations are geared at tightening the purse. All right. The committee recommended reduced travel by government officials. I would like to know by how much. Expansion of the executive, reduction of fuel prices, collapse of government institutions, increase of allocation to the counties, and an audit of last year's presidential election. That seems to still be a major bone of contention. If the proposals are fully implemented, government officials with a penchant for travelling and taking allowances will be forced to reduce their travel budget by, there it goes, 50%.
Yes.
The committee, co-chaired by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and Wiper Leader Kalonzo Musyoka, wants the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to reduce the daily subsistence allowance per diem for public office officials by 30%. So now you're asking, how will all of this then affect the cost of living? I mean, this one looks like a no-brainer, isn't it? That if you see that the money that officials are using for travel reduces by 50%, the thought then is that you have a little bit more money left to do other things with. Other things
Like
that
what?
would be substantial.
Like buying nyanya for people. I don't get it.
Nyanya is three times more expensive. That is, according to this, that's what they say. Let's cut back spending. Because the thought of cutting back spending means that you have a little bit more to do something else with, Nispa. Let's continue. In tightening the belt on government expenditure, the committee recommended that all state and public officers travel in economy class for flights of not more than 4 hours. So all this business of you are going from here to Dar es Salaam and you're on first class, stop it. That you're going from here to Dubai, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. You don't need to go on.
You're going from here
coach
to Joburg,
it's 4 hours. It is 4 hours.
Yes.
You don't need to go. You're going from here to Addis Ababa, it is 2 hours. You don't need to fly a first class. Fly coach like the rest of everybody. All right.
So who's going to do this now?
Who's going to fly coach? Government officials.
Which one?
That's a good question.
Does that article in any way, shape or form talk about the per diems that people are paid when they travel?
Yes, because they said now that they want to speak to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to say that, people's allowances for public officials should be reduced by 30%. So if you are going with, 1,000 shillings, you will now be going with 600 or 700.
Itakatwa.
That's a proposal.
That's a proposal that they want to now recommend it to the SRC.
But the question that do they also deal the question of why is it that we are reading that our public officials travel so much? Must they travel so much?
This is a good question. So
That's
now
why
they're
it's been
also
reduced
talking
by
about
50%.
reduction of travel by 50%. So if in a month you were taking 6 trips, you now look at the one and say, which one is very important? You will now remove 3.
I assume that travel is important. That's where I'm coming from. And I'm saying, are we simply going to say reduce by 50%, or are we going to rationally look at why people need to travel? Because the why, if you answer the why, then you may find you don't need to travel at all. You would actually have a Zoom call.
This is true. And I think it is on that premise that this suggestion was made, that perhaps they thought there was some kind of frivolous activity when it came to travel, that anytime somebody says, there's a meeting in Canada, okay, how many of us are going? 21 people will jump up and start traveling everywhere. No. Is it necessary that you go? Oh, we needed to discuss. Can you discuss it? After all, COVID proved to us that presidents of nations can meet over important matters virtually. It happened.
And they did.
And there were resolutions
Business
that
was
were
done.
arrived. Yes. Resolutions were arrived at the end of those meetings. It's possible. It can be done. There are things that are absolutely necessary for you to do in person. That is true. But now this came obviously from the fact that they said, okay, you know what? There's a lot of travel and maybe it's not necessary for you to go with an entourage of 25 people. Can you reduce that number? Can you not go at all? Can you reduce the days that you will spend there? Do you have to tack on a week extra for shopping now that you're in the city of Istanbul, for example?
You know, the way
Things
it's being presented, it's as though it isn't so much the work, it is the travel that is at the center of this discussion. Because people look for reasons to travel.
Yeah.
But the key activity is they want to travel.
They
and
do.
it's not just travel, they want to travel comfortably.
Yeah.
And they also want to consume a per diem.
Yes. The per diem is also a very encouraging factor here for travel.
Yes.
So they've talked about the fact that in this committee report, which is expected to be presented to Parliament, recommends that the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, the National Gender and Equality Commission, and the Kenya National National Commission on Human Rights be merged into one. All right?
I can see the rights and the gender. I don't see the NCIC.
Apana.
So let me just because their mandates be undertaken by the Kenya National Human Rights and Equality Commission as established under Article 59 of the Constitution.
Akuna what city?
That.
What?
the crafters of this constitution understood the importance of this separation of powers, so that you deal with specific issues. Then someone is coming along and saying, make this mashakura, so that it is just...
Actually, the constitution created one commission for rights and gender and equality.
Yes.
And then they said Parliament could then review and see whether there's a way you can split this. Okay? Of course, that was said, the craft of the constitution are looking for jobs for their cronies and saying, if you separate them, then two commissions,
more
then you
people
have
will get jobs.
two commissions, commissioners, CEOs, and everything else. Initially, it was one.
Under Article
Equality,
59.
Gender and Equality, Human Rights, Gender and Equality Commission is one. If you remerge them, when's the last time you heard about this Equality Commission anyway?
Eric, it can be one, it can even be a half. The point I'm trying to make is, if you want to confuse and lose things, make this thing a monolith.
Start creating things.
So there are very many things inside it. So you're never really quite sure what it is and which is where. This one, you're clear, that's where you go for this, that's where you go for this, this is where you get this. That is the logic behind what we call specialization. Because someone could say, but once a doctor is trained, they can just treat you. Yes, they can. Why do you have specialties then? Why do you have subspecialties? It is that same logic that, in my mind, leads to this separation. That is mine. But separated, then brought together again. No.
They're not quite sure what's going to happen to the staff of these three commissions. That's the National Human Rights, the NCIC, and the NGEC. But they're saying that they would know this by the end of 1 year. And this is if Parliament
agrees
has
with
agreed to this.
These ideas.
Yes.
I don't agree with that idea.
There's several more recommendations that are under all of this.
For example,
very many. They've also recommended that the national and county governments adopt the zero-based budgeting approach in enhancing accountability, rapidly reduce wastage of public funds, and address the challenge of incremental budgeting. Okay. They've also said it is time to freeze the establishment of new state corporations. They recommended that the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, in liaison with the National Treasury, reduce the road maintenance levy by 5 from 18 to 13 and the anti-adulteration levy from 18 to 15, thus reducing by 3 shillings. So that's another one. Reduce the cost of fuel.
Some of it are in a drop by 8 bob.
Yes, because now you've reduced the amounts that you charge on
But you're
levies.
going for the levy that maintains roads.
Yes.
And you're going
make
for
sure
the levy.
that your fuel is pure.
Yes.
What?
Surely. Meanwhile, there's this whole tax thing that you could have thought about. Perhaps we can reduce it here, but no.
No. That one is tax.
That's not his tax.
That is tax.
So now, when a road is not done, you will be told what? But
look, if they really wanted to simplify this thing, why don't they merge Nairobi
with Machakos?
Yes, no, that one they can do, but Kenyatta International Conference Center with Nairobi National Park, so that it just becomes one thing. Only, I mean, come on. Did they have nothing else to do?
There may be more of these recommendations that we're getting.
They had a lot to do. It took them long. But
it took them long
to come to this.
Sleepless nights.
You have something that is working, then you muddle with it, and then you're telling us,
they were
put
burning
this here,
the
change this here.
oil. They had koroboi. And
it would appear as though there is a bee in your bonnet, CT. There are many more recommendations here that would add yet another one. I don't know if you're ready.
No, I do not wish to hear any of these recommendations.
CT is just being negative. Just negativity. Dr. Duncan Ojwang is a member of the Kenya Kwanza Dialogue Committee technical team. He's in the studio. Jeremiah Kioni, who is the head of the legal and technical team of Azimio, is somewhere behind. He'll be joining us hopefully in good time. Dr. Ojwang, good morning.
Good morning.
Habari ya leo?
Salama, habari yenu?
Tuko poa.
CT is not too happy, but the rest of us are all right.
So, Dr. Ojwang, you are a member of the technical team. Those were advising the Kenya Kwanza team on what is right, in terms of this national dialogue conversation, right? And you advised them to come up with this.
With what?
You are just been this report that they released. Are you happy with the report?
Yeah, I'm happy with the report. It has exceeded my expectation. And so, of course,
you didn't have a bar anywhere, did you? You had not even raised the bar.
No, we did. I don't know whether what people expected, but at least we have a report.
Yes.
Bipartisan report for that.
Yes.
The issue that preoccupied our time and concerned our effort is cost of living. You can see several austerity measures.
Yes.
The issue of institutionalization of our politics.
Yes.
Because, you hear cheap things like, they have created a position for the leader of opposition. Now, the leader of opposition position is created so that rather than doing what they are doing very well in the street, it is institutionalized so that they can protect.
Go to the streets as an institution.
They can protect people in parliament and through structure and institutions. So how is that proposal not pro-people?
That proposal is BBI.
Why are you BBI by whatever name? I'm not hung up with acronyms because I think Kenya has a longer history than BBI. There was this discussion before BBI, but we don't just pigeonhole and say and use labels. Let us discuss the content.
Yes.
Is Raila and opposition pro-people when they are in the street without institution to fight for the people, or if the institution is created so that they can check the executive and fight for the people? How is that not pro-people?
Dr. Juan, are you suggesting that the only way you can fight for people is if you have an institution behind you?
Effectively, yes, you can, because some of these things were not sustainable. And City, I'm tired of people the closest they have come to problem of cost of living or human right is being served wrong brand of wine. They maybe asked for red wine, they were given white wine. That is the closest they have come to this problem. We are talking of people in Kibera who could not go to school because people were picketing. People in Madari, people in Nyalenda, children who saw all the brutality and the tear gas and could not even go to school. This report is for peace. Then here come the middle class, whose only relation to this issue is because they were served wrong brand of wine. All of a sudden talking as if they have walked those people's shoes. It breaks my heart.
Your heart is fragile, bro.
You better have a fragile heart too. Because,
Daktari, let's talk about the cost of living. The measures that have been proposed to address the cost of living.
Yes.
Why were the people that you've talked about, Nyalenda, Kibera, Huruma, Madare, why were they participating in the demonstrations? Cost of living, was it a legitimate concern?
If there is a...
Was it?
It was it was part of
it was a legitimate concern.
Yes.
Okay. How has this been addressed?
How has this been addressed?
Yeah.
Less traveling. How has this been addressed?
Explain. So if Kimani Ichung'wah does not travel as often as he was traveling, or any of
that money is cut from their budget,
and
then that money is not used for traveling. So all the state agencies and ministry traveling budget has been cut by, I think, 50%.
Yes.
So that is less money being used for traveling.
Okay.
Zero-sum budget.
Now connect that to cost of living, cost of unga.
Yes. So if
or cost of nyanya, or cost of fish.
Yeah. So if there is less travel, there is more money, there is less borrowing. Yeah, there's less borrowing. There is more money in the coffer that can do good things, including subsidizing fertilizers and production. So I don't see that there's very clear nexus between the two. Now look at the zero-sum budget.
Okay.
Mrs. Nyakango came and said, generally people just come with budget, but not every spending is justified.
Yeah.
So they said we are going to have zero-sum budget where you don't begin from this is what I had last year. You begin from building block. I have 3 employees. This is how much they make. Okay, put it down here. Isn't that going to cut corruption and opportunity to exaggerate the budget? Remember the idea that has been well articulated that corruption is budgeted for, has been taken care of by the zero-sum budget. Plus any other measure, including...
So how does that... I still want to get how that brings down the cost of basic goods and commodities.
I mean,
I directly,
so
not the sharpest tool in the box.
The if there is less corruption in budgeting, if our issue and part of our cost of living is governance issue. It's very expensive the way we are governed. It is very expensive the type of salary, the amount of salary that is going to fund this thing. The government operate in very expensive way. That is generally part of cost of living. So if this is now checked, isn't there more money? And more money means more good things for Kenyans.
Like what?
Like what?
When you say there is more money, where is this more money coming from? Look, if our budget for this year, this one that we are now running if it was not 3.6 trillion shillings, it was 3.3 trillion shillings, would there be more money?
Yes, because we have to meet that budget.
But would there be more money?
There will be more money for other important things. Basic things does not have to have
Dr.
basic.
Juang, basically, how? If you say our budget this year is 3.6 trillion shillings, in the next year, from July next year, we are going to have a zero-sum budget.
Yes.
We are going to cut this travel.
Yeah.
So if you cut this travel by 50%, our O&M is on, that's about 300 billion shillings. So let's bring it out to 150 billion shillings. Okay? So our zero-sum budget will be, we are not starting from 3.6 going upwards. We shall look back
you are
into
building
what is
for every,
right?
every coin.
So let's bring it down to 3.6 trillion shillings. From 3.6 to 3.3 trillion shillings. Show me where there is more money. Where is there more money? Because you've just budgeted for less.
Okay, it might be hard to deal with your hypothesis because there is 2 errors in it.
Okay.
One, you are bringing it as if it is factual. That that it will be the amount. Number 2, so it's an hypothesis of future.
It's completely
and I don't want to follow you to the roots because
what is not hypothetical is this year's budget. It is 3.6 trillion.
There are some of the things that take effect immediately.
There's this traveling
zero-sum
that reduces by 50%.
Yes,
and per diems that reduce by 30%.
By 30%.
Okay, so what we're trying to do is look for the link between this money that will be saved. So it's based on a principle, even if it is not 100,000 shillings. Just use that as an idea. That 100,000 shillings, give or take, across 20 people that come from state corporations who would ordinarily travel. And you take 30% from this 100,000 shillings times 20 people, that is 600,000 shillings. Is it not that you have saved?
That you have saved, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The link between that 600,000 shillings and where and what it will be applied to, that then means that the person who goes to their duka to buy maize meal will have an easier time in purchasing. That's the link we're trying to get. Because we are saying that these measures that are being suggested have a direct impact on the cost of living. It is that link that we're looking for to see how it will be realized.
Maybe that will, and you have broken it down very well. I took it for granted that it will be obvious that if government saves money, if government tighten their belt, then obviously there is more money here to do good things. Those good things are things that government supply that we cannot supply.
But it doesn't
ourselves.
make it cheaper. Let's put it in context in maybe an easier thing to understand. If in a home there is one person working And all of the responsibilities are on the shoulder of this one salary, right? Now, we've seen that they used to go on holiday. They don't go on holiday anymore. So the 20,000 shillings you would use for holiday, we bring it here, right? We've gone to a cheaper school. We save some money. Does that now mean that the price of what I will go and buy in the supermarket is cheaper? It doesn't. It means there is more money available, but it doesn't mean that the cost of purchase or the cost of survival has come down.
You know, you are looking at it at micro level.
Which we must.
I'm looking at it at macro level. The government cannot say how to address cost of living now means people should eat more vegetable and ugali because it's cheap. That is not what the government does. And the underlying presumption in your argument is that you argue as if you don't appreciate that we are in a capitalistic society where the force of the market takes their natural course. That one is already parked there as a principle. So we are not in a communist where the government is going to say from today, the price of rice is going to be this much, the price of vegetable. They do things in terms of environment, in terms of supporting the economy, things that an individual cannot do. Then the rest follows. Okay. So I think that
so it's meant to be a catalyst.
Then I think that is the source of disappointment, because if you thought the report was going to come and say from today henceforth 3 nyanyas is 10 bob.
No.
That would have been illegal.
Absolutely. Come on.
Let's take a break. It's 24 minutes. From tomorrow to today, how much city is 3 nyanyas? It's gone up by 300%.
He's saying it's 10 bob gone down, but here it's gone 3 times. It's tripled.
It will have been easier to meet Kioni.
You know, now that
I was ready for him.
Now that government officers will be flying economy, they better think of.
In fact, now that we're flying economy, there's a way in which it can actually help, right? Economy class entertainment. Keep yourself entertained now that you're going to step it down a little bit. We all love a holiday, but with a long flight ahead, you need plenty to keep you entertained. Once you see the endless entertainment on board Emirates, you might wish your flight was just a little bit longer. Imagine this, you get on board, you sit back, you relax, and you choose from up to 5,000 channels. Yes, you heard that right. It could be the latest blockbuster out of Hollywood, a comedy box set, or even live sports, and you can watch it all on the biggest screens in the sky. You get more, so much more in Emirates economy. Find out more at emirates.com.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, we're looking at partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning. 16 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 15. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru and 14 and clear in Nyeri. Out in Eldoret, mostly clear at 10 with highs of 23. And we're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 24 with highs of 31. Malindi is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31. And we're looking into Kisumu, where it's clear at 19, going to highs of 27. Kakamega is clear at 16 with highs of 26. And let's look out into Kampala, where it's cloudy at 19 with highs of 27. Dar es Salaam is partly sunny at 23 with highs of 31. Johannesburg rain showers continue at 20, going to highs of 29. Mogadishu is cloudy at 25. And Addis clear at 8. Lagos clear conditions at 25, going to highs of 32, and it's mostly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa with highs of 28.
Spice up your life.
All right, tick-tock of the clock says we're getting into traffic hour. There's movement on the Eastern Bypass this morning, touching on Outer Ring as you get then into the flows of traffic today. Kangunda Road busy in and outbound, as well as Manyanja Road then going through towards Jogo Road. As you come out to the Thika Superhighway, there's traffic coming in from Survey. Actually, before that, in from Clay City, heavy as you then come out towards Survey. Service lanes will do you good until you get where there are none. And then out into the CBD. Also looking at traffic on Limuru Road. Some of that happening as you get out into the city. Keeping an eye on things this morning. Langata is also starting to build up, as is Raila Odinga Way. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Keep things moving this morning.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continues. Dr. Duncan Ojwang is a member of the Kenya Kwanza Dialogue Committee's technical team. He's our guest. City, this Saturday will be the 2nd of December.
It will, won't it?
All roads lead to?
Nairobi Polo Club.
It is what festival?
Lokole Festival. Professor Juang, I can see. I think he's gotten the vibes.
Yes.
I can
He's
see
already
Japanni,
there.
Yes.
He is already attuned.
You know, him is figured it out.
Ebulia, show Dr. Ojwang this one. Show him.
So that aone na macho.
All these people.
Dr. Ojwang, you know Ferregola?
Yes.
Yeah?
They are here.
They're here, Mama.
Mbilia Bell.
Heavenly. When is this?
Prince Inda.
Saturday, Tarembili.
It's only that I go to church on Saturday. So
It is all right. This is in the evening. You go to church in the evenings
church.
also.
after Sabbath.
Go and pray first.
So after 6 p.m. like this. Fungulia sherehe.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's the local festival.
Yes.
Tickets are on tikiti.com.
Yes,
no,
yes,
tikiti.co.ke.
Exactly. And USSD star 519 star 55 hash.
All right. Say again. Star 5.
Star 519 star 55 hash.
To get a ticket.
To get a ticket.
Meet you all there.
Yes.
This Saturday.
Yes.
Bilia Bell is the one I'm going for. I know Ferregola is big.
However.
Bilia?
Yes. She's the one. So, Dr. Ojwang, yes. You've told us there are measures that will address the cost of living in the medium to the long term. Other measures that have been proposed in this report are to address our politics, including, for example, the creation of the office of Leader of Official Opposition. Prime Minister's office. What is it for?
It's meant to bring political hygiene. And the political hygiene means that we should have clear institutions, that the leader of opposition should be able to even have shadow cabinet to check the government, so that the two sides can now work for the people. And you'll rather do that in parliament and in an institution than doing it in the street. And so I think it is institutionalizing our good manners. Let the opposition check the executive. Let us talk of inclusivity, because you know very well that we live in a country that is multi-ethnic. So let us have these institutions so that we can represent each other better.
So how does, for example, we'll come to the Prime Minister, because that was my initial question, but now that you've gone into leader of opposition, how does that function? The leader of opposition will be elected by the minority coalition in parliament, and then they'll become the leader of opposition. Will they be a member of parliament? How will that help? How does that help anything? How does that help? How is that different from having a minority leader in the National Assembly?
It's the stature and the gravitas of the office. Yes, they will not be members of parliament because that required a referendum. But this is going to be a quick fix. This leader of opposition, once institutionalized, then they should be able to even come to parliament and talk about alternative budget. They should be able to come to parliament and address the members of parliament and Kenyans through parliament. So institutionalization rather than informal. You know, a lot of bad things happen when things are left informal, like handshake was informal. But when you have institutions, then there's less chance of personalization of things. There's less chance of informality. So right now, everyone knows their role. They are also facilitated to do their role so that they can do it effectively. And I think that if you look at our constitution, it's saying Kenya is a multi-party state. And that should be depicted from how we organize our politics. So if we
have an office of opposition leader
and
with two deputies, right?
Yeah.
How does that help our politics? Again, are you saying that because you have that office, you are not going to have man-to-man on the streets?
It's an office. And so with that office, then, they have a forum. And they have researchers. You see, if you are opposition and you're not facilitated to even do your research, so if government come and say, I've built a big hospital in Garissa, you're not able to go to Garissa to verify that is it built, is it worth it, then you'll be in Nairobi, you'll be in Kibera, you'll be in Kamukunji saying bure.
Making wild allegations.
Yes, without facts. But now you can send your team of researchers because you are in an institution. Yeah. They can go there and verify, is this thing on the ground? Is it worth it? So when you are now critiquing, not criticism, but critiquing, then now you have data, now you have details, and in the two, when people work better when they know they are being checked, and people work better when they know they are being there's somebody who is watching and can get more information. So people have the right to information, and that right to information should be able to come from the government and from the opposition, and then people can make their decision. How else? So just going to the street without data, without information, and shooting from the hip is one way of doing it. But I think a better way of doing it is to institutionalize this institution so that they can help Kenya with governance.
Dr. Your principal in Kenya Kwanza, the president, was completely against BBI, and he had reduced it into this is creating offices for cronies. How would you respond today if people said the same thing? This is creating offices just for individuals in high political offices.
Did BBI have leader of opposition? I don't think so. So that is already showing you the different trajectory. BBI did not have leader of opposition. BBI was an executive order. This is a parliamentary process. You saw it passed in National Assembly. So it is following the rule of law.
It is creating offices. This is the bottom line.
You're
creating an office for Prime Minister, yes, for two deputies. Leader of opposition, two deputies, a Prime Minister. Who's a Prime Minister anyway?
But did BBI have leader of opposition? That's a question I've asked. Was it there?
It's in Parliament.
BBI?
Yes.
Was creating leader of opposition.
Leader of minority.
Leader of minority is different from leader of opposition, because unfortunately, we assume that so here is former Prime Minister Raila, who got almost half of the country vote. He's not in parliament, right? When he speaks, the authority and the gravitas of what he says will be much different from what Opiyo Wandayi, for example, Mheshimiwa, will say. So he must be able to lead his troops and govern so that we have institutionalized politics. Otherwise, what did we have instead? We have a situation where people do not speak through institutions, and we have very negative politics. You saw what picketing does, because when people cannot talk, when people cannot be heard, sometimes they are forced to come to extrajudicial means. You know how much loss that Mandamano brought to the country.
So now you've avoided it long enough. Now let's come into it. The Prime Minister's office.
The Prime Minister office or Chief Cabinet, right, by whatever name, is already there. There is somebody in the office. But we must institutionalize this. Think of things not in terms of now, but in terms of posterity. Is it a bad thing if we are saying, remember this 2010 constitution ideally came to take powers from the president. That's why it created counties. That's why it created a deputy that the president cannot fire. Yeah, unlike before the vice president. That is why it removed ministers from being in parliament. Now it has also taken some power from the president by dividing it to prime minister. We started with a very a monster of presidency. And the 2010 constitution have tried to tinker with that and create other centers of power so that the presidency do not become larger than life, so that we fight less. Isn't this one of the ways that it has devolved or removed power from the president?
How? The president shall appoint the person who will be prime minister based on nothing other than the president's wish. Parliament shall approve the nomination. How is that taking power away from the president? Is this person going to be head of government? How is this helping our politics? City, are you seeing it? Because I'm not.
I mean, our lived experience with the devolution, I was told that the power of the president was going to be reduced. I haven't seen it reducing, not even by one iota. The only thing that I have seen, if this is what you refer to as a reduction of power, is a situation where the president can be told to jump off and be told to get lost, that sort of thing. But that isn't reducing power. That is giving the Mwananchi more power to actually say and do what they'd like to do. And remember, presidents in African countries have a tendency of forgetting that they're actually elected. They actually think that it's divine intervention that gives them those jobs. And those who don't will try and figure out how they can stay on their jobs for as long as they possibly can. Now, our constitution did not take away power from the president. If you understand it the way as a layman, any constitution that gives power to the people has given the president more powers than even had before. Because if you are elected, then it means that power has been delegated to you.
By the people.
Yes. So this reduction of power story, I don't get it.
You're saying like it's a bad thing. Court, how many times have we seen court reverse our presidents? Isn't that a way of devolving powers from the president?
It's not devolving. That, my friend, is the perfect way in which the president is assisted. This godlike complex that African presidents like assuming doesn't help anybody. Okay? That's why it leads to coups and counter coups.
Yeah. But isn't that an innovation of the constitution that we have seen a situation where a president will say one thing? So I'm telling you that, yes, it might not have been perfect, but it has dented at least from what we had.
Doctor, you and I are not in disagreement.
Okay.
We're not in disagreement. Yes.
So the prime minister role here come to be another way of decentralizing power of the president.
The good doctor here went to school and he studied in English. Look.
Is the prime minister going to be head of government? Usually we see prime minister as a head of government. Is he going to be head of government? Is he going to be above the deputy president?
No, I think the amendment is saying that he will be doing assignment given
by the president
and the deputy president. The one that probably Azimio wanted could have required a referendum. Now back to the bipartisan. That was
so. What's the point of creating this office and entrenching it in the constitution if it's a cabinet office like any other of the 23 cabinet offices?
No, if you look at the function of the prime minister, there are some functions. Is everyone, even a president, is the member of a cabinet, but he's first among equal. So no. It's not so much about.
He's not first among.
He's the appointing authority.
Yes, he's not first among equal.
He can fire the others. This prime minister, how different is he from the minister for health?
But remember, it has to go through parliament. So
all of them do.
It is an extra layer. And to me, The innovation here, guys, is that we now have a national leadership that can represent our various regions and people.
So we've created offices for political figures.
For people.
For political figures.
No, you know.
We have people in mind. We have Raila in mind for this
no,
one.
Not Raila.
In mind
You're dividing the lines so sharply that somebody will think that there is a politician. They have different mothers. They have different parents. They have different. These are also Kenyans, and the position is not for individual.
Actually,
and that has been the problem.
Actually, no. This is our politics. This is Kenya. We have people in mind when we set our positions. It's not complicated, and there's nothing wrong with it, because politicians have figured out, and the voting public, which is us, have also figured out that we like this idea of our own representing us somewhere with a nice title like Prime Minister, or whatever it is, Deputy Prime Minister. People like those things. To understand it, you only need to look at the period after the problems we had in 2007, 2008. We had so many deputies and primes and presidents and what have you. People seemed happy. It's how we think. The BBI understood this very well. That's why they went about creating all these things. Now, why a referendum would be necessary is that the referendum now people could tell you clearly we don't want it. That is your creation. But so long as we don't have a referendum, we can anecdotally say that that is how people prefer to have the leadership. People want to feel that they're also part of this cake-eating exercise. And the only way they feel that way is when one of their own has a title.
Do you think the concerns having been brought about by the Azimio side are genuine? Do you believe that their concerns have some weight that they've brought? There are certain things that have come out after the report whereby some principals say, well, they're not going to be party to this. They're not going to sign it for 1, 2, 3. Do you think those concerns are valid?
There are concerns. You see, my worry is not whether people even reject the report. Is that there is a report that is bipartisan. That those two sides and Kenyans that were not seeing eye to eye held each other's hand and said, let us put this country first, and came with a report and sacrificed both sides. In fact, died a little. Now, if you look at I don't know which is Azimio side, because it is very hard to have opposition within opposition. Yeah, and that is what appears to be, because the Azimio was represented. The leader of delegation signed the report. The leader of delegation has not trashed the report. So if a member within Azimio or a member really, because it's not so much the leadership of Azimio, might not be happy, the right to picket in Article 37 was not torn from the books. They can go and demonstrate. It is an individual right. It's not a group right. But to bootstrap and think that that people should just move by your whims, look at that Mandamano. Who are in the streets? It was people from my region who are in the streets. Then somebody somewhere who have not seen their relatives hurt, have not seen their relatives demonstrate, come out and say, I reject this. No, that right is there in Article 37. They can hit the road and demonstrate as individuals. Yeah, because I mean we are being hypocritical. When Mandamano was called, nobody came from their neighborhoods, nobody came from their quarters. All of a sudden, they are very clever about. Yet they have not bear the brunt of what demonstration did to the people in Kibera, to the people in Mashimoni, to the people in Mathare. To them, it's a lofty idea. It's an ideology. It is like ping pong. You know, they don't. It's not total commitment. For some of the region we come from, it's a total commitment, because unless this thing was addressed, it was becoming and remaining to be a regional problem. people are called to the street, they demonstrate, some things happen, some people take advantage. People die, people get hurt. Yes. And then when now the two sides have buried their hatchet, have said, let us move forward, then you find somebody from ideological perspective, not from total commitment. You know, the story where we had... there was a town where there was an advertisement on the shop saying eggs and meat required, please donate. Then the chicken is telling the cow, why don't we get in here and donate these things to these people? The cow tell the chicken, you'll get in and donate your egg and leave. To me, I'm the meat they want.
Kenya Kwanza Dialogue Committee's technical team. He's been our guest. The Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, who's the head and legal head of the technical team of Azimio, was also to join us. He wasn't able to come in, but the conversations continue. Keep it here for more. Coming up in the next hour, we talk about the Hustler Fund.
Spice up your life.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, has emphasized the need to develop law governing transition of executive powers after elections. Speaking during the launch of the social transformation through access to justice, Mudavadi said the existing gap in the law needs to be addressed in order to guide clearly the transition process of Cabinet Secretaries and Principal Secretaries during government appointments. Mudavadi also commended the judiciary for its people-centered justice approach system, stating that establishment of high courts in all the 47 counties across the country has allowed easy access to justice. Now, barely a week after the Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Mohammed issued a Gazette notice operationalizing the Social Health Insurance Fund, the High Court has slammed the brakes on the implementation and enforcement of the Social Health Insurance Fund Act 2023, the Primary Healthcare Act 2023, and the Digital Health Act 2023 until a case challenging its legality is heard. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union made good its threat to challenge the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Scheme. The Doctors Union obtained court orders stopping the government from the planned rollout of the universal health coverage envisioned in the laws, whose rollout President William Ruto had announced will be in January 2024. KMPDU has argued that the government has gone ahead with the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Act without engaging stakeholders to resolve the contentious issues. Now, opposition leader Raila Odinga says the coalition will declare its position regarding the bipartisan report on Thursday after party deliberations. Speaking during the Nyeri County Odium Leaders and Stakeholders Engagement, Raila further urged President William Ruto to deal with corrupt leaders in his government. Raila further blamed the Ministry of Education for messing up the KCPE national exam results.
Samana mambo ya mtihani vile imekuwa mbovu zaidi. Watoto wetu watakuwa na shida mingi zaidi. Watoto katika darasa moja wanapata grade moja yote. Hakuna mrevu, hakuna mjinga. Hiyo ni mtihani gani hiyo? Mtihani ya Ruto na Gachagua. Wao wenyewe ndio walisema ati wajinga waliisha Kenya. Hii serikali ya Ruto kila mahali ambao wanashika iko inaoza. Inanuka tu kwa sababu gani? Laana ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Waliiba wakameza ikakoma kwa koo.
Still on matters education, and advocate Dunstan Omari has filed an application on behalf of the learners and parents of Kitengela International School seeking an injunction to stop the Form 1 selection process. The parents say the errors in the exam also call for an audit.
We urge the government to keep politics out of exams of our children. These children don't belong to any party. They don't vote. They have no elector's card. They are only after eating kunywa maziwa na wafanye mtihani.
This event comes as another case has been filed by parents of a student from St. Green Hill Academy in Kisii, arguing that the candidate has become mentally distressed since the release of the results. A section of Limuru constituency residents in Kiambu County held a peaceful protest condemning an incident where nominated MCA Pacifica Ongecha was allegedly hit with a bottle full of water by a male colleague in Naivasha, led by Roots Kenya. The group asked the society to respect women leaders serving in all capacities. The group of women protested using twigs, blowing whistles and screaming even as they demanded justice. Ongara said the protest came at a time when the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is ongoing. Ongecha said they reported the incident at Karagita police station in Naivasha, where investigations are ongoing. Furtherfield and Qatar said that Israel and Hamas have agreed on a 2-day extension to the current truce, which has seen hostages freed and Palestinian prisoners released. Israel had offered a day's pause in fighting for every 10 additional hostages released from Gaza. Families have been informed by the Israeli government that a further release of hostages will take place later. As part of the Israel-Hamas deal, 39 Israeli hostages in Gaza have been released so far, with 117 Palestinians freed from Israeli jails. Further lorry loads of humanitarian supplies entered the Gaza Strip, with food, fuel and medicines being distributed by aid organizations. Hamas attacks on 7th of October killed 1,200 people, with about 240 taken hostages since then. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says more than 14,500 people have been killed in Israel's retaliatory campaign. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
A lot busy on Jogoo Road this morning, heading out to the city. You'll eventually get to Landis, or if you're going out towards the other side, you're going to get onto Lusaka Road. Not too much happening there. On the Thika Superhighway, it's very busy. Heading out, you'll use your service lanes and you'll be all right as you pass the Outer Ring Junction. But as you get closer to Survey and then out towards the Pangani Underpass, it's going to slow down a tad because everybody following the same route, right? Out of Kisuru, quite some traffic. You'll finally end up on Limuru Road, so there's traffic then heading out into the CBD as well. All right, wanted to take a look at what's happening on James Gishuru. Not much, actually. Yes, much. Very slow as you then approach Wayaki Way. A lot of traffic inbound, and it's bumper to bumper. There's also some outbound traffic that's bumper to bumper as well. Ring Road Westlands is busy right about now as well. So everywhere we look, it's starting to build up quite some. We're into traffic hour proper this morning, and the heavens might open at some point. So it's a look and see kind of thing. Let's see how it goes. Talk to us and help us out to keep things moving this morning. Where do we talk? We talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8, we are on to the third hour of The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. And it's a conversation that is reminding you about Nakuru. Delight Nakuru is the new development that's coming up at Salga. So when you get to Salga, on your way towards Kericho, Eldoret, wherever you're coming from Nakuru, get to Salga. On your right, some 300 meters off Salga Center, you will find Delight Nakuru. There's a perimeter fence. There's a big, nice gate being put up. There's water on site that will be, dug and supplied. There will be electricity on site. All you need to do is kuja na mawe yako na mchanga na ballast, weka nyumba. That's it. That's all you need. An eighth of a plot is going for 799,000 shillings. But because you're listening to Spice FM this morning, an eighth of a plot is going for 750,000 shillings for the first 50 people who are going to make a purchase. And their site visits are being organized every Wednesday and Saturday from Kencom in Nairobi, 7 a.m. From Nakuru West Side Mall, 8:30 a.m. to there. But you can also go at any time. All you need is SMS the word Nakuru to 20321. 20321. It's called Delight Nakuru. That's it. Delight Nakuru. A place to delight.
Indeed.
School fees.
Another way that you can step up and shine, even when you're looking for a piece of land, is actually going out and buying a tin of the Kiwi new logo polish. And what you then have a chance to do is win school fees. Come January, the time is very short. How are we going to get around to this? You walk into a shop where the Kiwi is on sale, get a tin of that, and then you dial *459 *5#, and you input the code, which you'll find once you pop the lid. You win airtime or data instantly, and you get a chance to enter into a draw. 4 people every week are winning 35,000 shillings. This goes towards school fees. Kiwi school fees direct, because you bought a tin and you entered the draw. We pay school fees. We keep it moving.
Yes. So, December 1st last year, the day before, Hustler Fund.
Inside.
Live. People were just doing *254#, *254#. Initial limits of 500. There were people who had a limit of 300. I'm still at 500 1 year down the road. But
yes,
it's okay. We'll talk about it.
We'll
talk about it. We'll see. But it's a year down the road. And Hustler Fund, as the president was telling the State of the Nation in Parliament, has been borrowed by many people, and billions of shillings has gone out there. We want to find out, so what's the impact of this thing a year down the road? The acting CEO of the Hustler Fund is our guest this morning. Her name is Elizabeth Nkuku. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's Biggest Conversation.
Thank you.
That's the hot seat of the Situation Room. Here you come in, unatuachia pesa ya Hustler.
Otherwise.
Tunamalisa wewe.
Tuko sawa.
But welcome you to the conversation. City has the day's proverb. Every week, City comes with proverbs from one African country. This week, he has decided it's the Republic of South Sudan.
Southern.
Okay. The Republic of
Southern Sudan.
Okay. All right. You call it
Muskia.
that. Sawa basi.
Very good.
Okay. The president is?
His gentleman's name is Salva Kiir Mayardit.
He's the chairman of the East African Community.
Yes, he is. Now. Full.
Yes.
Right. Changing your mind is not being a liar.
Changing your mind is not being a liar. Elizabeth, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Change is the only constant. If you don't change, then it means that you're headed in the wrong direction. New facts come, and you can't change your mind, and it is important. It's continuous learning.
Can you change promises?
Of course.
You can.
I don't know why.
You
don't
can
hesitate. You can.
you can change the destination of the promise.
Destination of the promise. Sawa basi. A year down the road with Hustler Fund, give us those basic numbers. In the last 1 year, 75 billion shillings has been borrowed by 800 billion Kenyans. And $1 billion has been repaid. Let's start with that.
We start with that.
Yes, from the top.
From the top. So about 39.6 billion has been borrowed. 29 billion has been repaid by close to 19 million Kenyans. That's the actual people who have borrowed. We have 21.5 million Kenyans who have enrolled into the platform, meaning that we have about 2.5 million people who have enrolled but not borrowed.
Okay.
We have close to 8 million who are repeat customers. I borrowed once, it worked, I came back again, of which about 4 or 5 billion are actually borrowed more than 5 times. So
4 or 5 million, which is which? It's
about 5 million. 5 million
so
people.
5 million have borrowed more than 5 times.
More than 5 times.
And repaid. Okay.
1,000 people have borrowed more than 100 times.
What?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So a clear indication that there is really need for that. There are people who are using the fund.
Okay.
Yes. 2 billion has been saved.
To be saved.
Yes.
Okay.
We can go to the Chama. Maybe it's just top line as well.
Yes, it's important.
Groups initiated, 560. Completed groups, 52,000. And 23,000 have borrowed. Groups.
52,000 completed groups.
Completed groups.
What does that mean?
Meaning that I have worked, the entire team has have been invited and accepted to be part of groups.
Okay.
Of which 38,000 of those groups have actually tradable certificates through Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Authority. And the ones that have completed and borrowed, we have about 23,000.
How much has been borrowed by groups?
167 million.
Million.
Yes.
Okay.
167 million shillings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, these are good numbers.
A good place to start.
These are good numbers. It's a good place to start. How would we define the 19 million Kenyans who have borrowed? Are you able to profile them and give us, like a basic profile based on how much they're borrowing, their borrowing habits and patterns and all?
Let me start by basic patterns. There are those who borrowed out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Is this thing for real? So those came in once, maybe didn't come back again. They repaid, maybe they didn't repay. They were just doing it out of curiosity. Is this something that is real? Then there are a second group of people who use it on need basis. It's not your go-to. Maybe I'm just somewhere, I need some cash, so I take that money. But there are people who use this money as like a need. I wake up in the morning, I'm programmed to first borrow Hustler Fund. The person who has borrowed 4.5 million borrows at least 3 to 4 times a day. So you can imagine that person is like a KPI. I have to borrow Hustler Fund today. So that is someone who is using this money, one, for business, and also two, they have used it. They're seeing it as an easier way to save. So those are the 3 kind of people I would say in that end. In terms of gender, the borrowing is almost like 50-50. You have 52 male and about 48% borrowed by female, and cuts across the entire country. We have representation across the country, with Nairobi's metropolis being the largest. The best payers are actually from Central, Rift Valley, but the largest is really Central, I would say. In terms of age, it cuts across again. We have 10% of our clients being over age of 60. Below the age of 35, we would have almost 70% to 80%. Okay. Yeah. So it's really a diverse sort of data set that we are currently looking at.
What's the highest amount that an individual has borrowed from Hustler Fund so far?
In a single transaction?
Yeah.
In a single transaction, it's about 10,000.
10,000 shillings?
Yes.
In a single day?
No, there are people who have limits of up to 10,000.
Okay.
Yes. But in terms of the, let me just explain the 4.5 or the...
Yeah, because I was looking at that number. I was wondering where those, or the 741,000 that an individual bought a tuk-tuk with.
Actually, the individual did not buy the tuk-tuk with that money. Okay. So their limit is 1,600. They have borrowed 806 or 14 times. So each day they are borrowing 2 to 3 times, right? So that person, they are riding a tuk-tuk. So you pay them via M-Pesa, they borrow again because they are leasing a tuk-tuk from someone. So if you remember what the president said, can you Hustler Fund now come up with an asset financing product so that this person can be able to own this tuk-tuk? So the story is not that someone has gone to the start to fight for hash and gotten 700.
Or sure seemed that way. Okay.
So it was what? It was 1,000 bob.
1,600.
600. That's their limit.
That's their limit.
But they've been borrowing and repaying,
Yes.
So what do they use the money for?
They use the money for fueling the tuk-tuk.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And now once paid, they repay back.
All right.
Yeah.
So currently, the highest limit that an individual has accessing the Hustler Fund is 10,000 shillings.
Yes.
All right. Now, this has been reached because of borrowing, repaying, and with the Hustler Fund, the more you borrow and repay, then that increases your limits. Is that the mechanic that you work with?
So let me start by explaining how initially the limits were arrived at. So there is a scoring mechanism that was done by our partners, that is the banks, largely KCB. So what you would do is look at your transaction, your M-Pesa transactions, your airtime usage, then they allocated you a limit. And Eric, you and I we have 500 shillings as our limit. Huh?
Wow.
Whereas there are people who actually got 6,000, 3,000. So initially, in the month of February, there was an enhancement. So it's some people who borrowed and repaid within that period of time got an enhanced limit. We are now looking at enhanced limit for the second time. So the person who got a limit of 6,000, it means that their transactions on M-Pesa were actually higher and they really needed that money. So the scoring ended up allocating them that amount of
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
on M-Pesa or on Fuliza?
On M-Pesa.
Okay.
On M-Pesa. Yeah. So what is going to happen going forward? Every 4 months, the limit will be enhanced, or will let me not say enhanced. They will be reviewed, because if, for example, you had a 10,000 limit or a 6,000 limit, you become a defaulter. Why would we continue giving you the same? So it will be a complete rescoring every 4 months. Yeah.
Okay. And has it become an option for people to use in terms of quick access to easy credit, as opposed to the others that were existent before? Is it an option, or is it just something that people are still experiencing or experimenting with from what you've seen over time?
I'll go to the data statistics that was released by CBK on financial access. About 45% of people who borrowed, individuals who borrowed during the time that they were doing the survey, actually borrowed from the Hustler Fund. So it's one of the options that people are going to. So from where I sit, looking at the top borrowers, maybe the 1 million, it's really an option for them. It's something that they go to every time they need money. And it's also something that they wake up thinking about, this is where I will get my money or my capital. So I think it has had a significant impact in terms of changing the mindset of where people can get capital.
All right.
I have just done a new transaction. 5th time borrowing from the Hustler Fund. I'm still at 500. But who do I need to talk to?
Please do not talk to anyone. Borrow when as you're celebrating the 1 year anniversary, there will be changes in the limits, and then going up thereafter, it will be every 4 months.
So what do they base it on? So the first time they were looking at M-Pesa transactions.
Yes.
They clearly saw I have no money on M-Pesa. I don't make transactions. So they decided, well, I'm going to pay 500 bob. I borrowed, I repaid on time. Yes. Borrowed, repaid on time. My limit can't even go up by 50 bob.
So what we were doing, it took some time for us to be able to look at the data, relook at the data and do the rescoring. That's why after Feb, we have not done any more increases. So going forward, the president will really be explaining during the anniversary how the limit will change. The limits will change. However, the limits will really be reviewed after the anniversary. Okay. So if we can have this conversation next week, we shall see where you'll be.
Okay. Yeah. Every time I borrow this 500 bob, 25 bob is retained. And I'm told this one is my savings. Okay?
Yes.
Now, you've said 2 billion shillings has been saved and 39.6 billion shillings has been borrowed. This is not commensurate with the 2%.
The 5%?
Yeah, it's not.
What is this? Just calculate.
Surely. Because how much is 25 bob out of 500?
It's 5%.
Okay. Is this 5% of 40?
Yeah.
Where does the money go? Where is my money?
The money is being held.
5 times 5 times.
That's 125.
Your 125 shillings.
Yes.
So your 125 shillings is held in a separate account, custody account, that is invested for you.
Okay.
That money is available to you. Okay, let me take a step back. That's 25 shillings is divided into 2. There's a 30% that is short term, and there is a 70% that is long term. By long term, we do not want you to be old without money. So we are helping you save for your retirement. So the 30% will be accessible as a short-term saving, and it's something that, again, will be one of the celebrations that we'll be having. The 70% is going to be invested on your behalf, and you'll get a return closer to Treasury bill rate. The governance structure around it, again, is good governance, and it's mimicking the Retirement Benefits Authority provisions of having separate service providers really looking at this money.
Can you remind us what was the original source of these funds for the Hustler Fund was what?
The first money on the 1st of December 2022.
That was available on the 1st of December. Where was that money from?
It was government grant. It's a government seeding the fund.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Now, the folks who've not paid, the numbers that you've given us, people who have not paid back their money. Okay, I don't know if that number came in there, but people who've not paid back. We saw the president having a conversation with somebody about, when he was going to pay his loan, whatever that was. What numbers are we looking at in terms of people who borrowed the money? I believe the initial amount was 500 and said, okay, want to see if this thing works, and then never returned the money. What happens to them, or how is that working out?
So our repayment rate is about 72%, which by any means, especially on the digital platform, is a decent number. So now there are people, yes, who have borrowed and not repaid, and maybe not willing to pay. So you have to take a step back and ask yourself, how do you help these people? Remember, government is not in the business of punishing. So you have to look at these individuals and break them into two first. The person who is borrowing and I won't pay because I will not pay. How do you deal with that person? So the starting point is your initial starting point is not to punish. It's to entice and show them, why should I pay? Why should I repay this amount of money? And so there are a couple of incentives that then are coming that way. So if I pay my money, I get an increased limit, so the day I really need this money, I can be able to start to file for hash and get the money. So that is one of the ways. So my credit limit is increased, my savings is increased, and as I repay also, the government is matching my savings. So if you remember the promise that the president gave when they launched the fund, for every 2 shillings you have saved in the fund, you get 1 shilling on your long-term fund. So that promise keeps people moving. So that is really the way to make people look at the benefits of repaying. And you nurture over time. But remember, we all have, let me now take a different perspective. We all have family members who are maybe addicted to drugs, for example. You don't take them straight to, you don't wake up one morning and say, these people are bad, so you're not part of my family. You have to walk them the journey. You are drinking too much, you have a talk, right? The second part, you take them to a therapist. The next time, you take them to rehab. And then finally, when they're not, you don't give up on people, but at some point you're like, okay, just sort yourself. So I feel like what is going to happen is a journey. The government is trying to rehabilitate, nurture up to a certain point where by now you have to pay maybe using other means, but we are not yet there.
Okay.
So the means are, let's really entice people. Let's see how people are going. Why should they pay?
Okay. Yeah. Let's look at the saving aspects a little bit. So this gentleman who's 741, I'm going to stick on that number, this 741, because this we're looking at over time, the amount that he's actually borrowed, isn't it? And you said that it's borrowed his limits of 1,600 shillings, and he's done that a number of times. Well over 100 times, actually, isn't it?
Yes.
For it to come to that number over time. His savings then would be quite something, isn't it? Because with every transaction, he's put aside 25. No, it's more than
5%.
5% of what he's borrowed. When can he access his savings? When can Eric get his grand total of 125?
Plus what the government has promised for every saving, that is US shillings.
So for every, so his grand total of 200 shillings. Yeah. When can Eric get this to buy ice cream? When can you actually access this money?
Eric, please don't buy us ice cream with that money. We want you to save for your retirement.
It's for my retirement. Ice cream at old age.
Yeah, so there's the 30% that they will be able to access after the anniversary. Then the 70% is long term.
This one for Friday?
Yes.
So Friday we'll be told how we can get our money.
Yes.
It comes with interest.
Yes.
So now tell us.
Then the 70% is long term.
Okay.
And the long term is quote unquote pension. So we have a retirement age. However, you see, for the hustlers, they don't have a natural, like a curve whereby I retire at age X. So if, for example, I started saving at age 18 or borrowing at age 18, it means that maybe I'm running a business. I'll need this capital at some point to enhance my business. So there are mechanisms that we have put in place such that every 5 years you can be able to access a little bit of it just to boost your business. So those are the things that the president will be talking about in details on Thursday. And the government will also be talking about how do I match your money, because it's a promise that they gave. So people will be able to access that 30% soon, and going forward, there is also what is called voluntary. I had not talked about the voluntary. So you have the 30% as short term, but also I can decide that I want to invest with the Hustler Fund because I'm getting a return that is competitive. And that money is like your money market fund, accessible on demand.
You're a money person, Elizabeth. So let's just teach us about money.
Yes.
Okay. Where has this money been since last year?
It's in the it's in the banks invested in the treasury bills.
What vehicle is this? Is this a pension fund? So the 70%, is it in some form of pension that is regulated by the authority?
Mm-hmm.
And the other 30%, is it in a savings account? Is it in a SACCO? Is it regulated by SASRA? Is it regulated by central bank? Give me the vehicles that are holding this. How much are we talking about? 2 billion shillings.
So the process of getting regulated is ongoing. So the 70% will be regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. The 30% will be under the Capital Markets Authority.
And so far, where has it been?
It is in the banking sector, in custody accounts.
What is a custody account?
Okay, so when you're investing, you have best practice demands that the money is not in a current account, because if they're in a current account, then there are challenges that come with it. If the bank went under, then your money would go under. So what happens is the banks issued a different license, whereby if you look at the banks that have custodial accounts, you will not see other people's money on that balance sheet. So let's say, for example, KCB has custody. They have their main balance sheets, but at the same time, they have something that you don't see, whereby if they charge a fee business. It's not part of their money. They can't report on it. It is your account as a nominee that you open an account with them. So they will trade and hold your money on your behalf, but not on their balance sheet.
Where can you see your savings today? If you wanted to look at, I'm going to use 125, sorry.
It's my money. Let's find out where exactly.
I want to press something and see balance savings equals Kenya shillings 125. Where do you see that today?
Star 254 hash.
And you'll find it.
Yes. There's one of those options. Check your savings and entrance.
Savings,
that's what I'm saying. I know how much I have.
Okay.
Because I can check.
What Latiff will not see today is the crediting of the interest, which will be done by Thursday.
By Thursday.
Yes.
So it's not showing me everything. It's only showing me how much I've put in. It's not showing me what's in my account.
Yeah. It's a process.
And in the regulations that were passed by Parliament, was the Hustler Fund given a free way and a free rein on where it places this money?
No.
When you take in my savings, where are you supposed to have taken my savings?
Government securities.
Okay. Is this money only in government securities? The 2 billion shillings?
However, you need to... In fund management, let me just take a step back and deviate from credit.
Yes.
In fund management, there's what is called liquidity management. So you can, if I put money in a treasury bill and 100% of the portfolio in treasury bills, then Latiff comes for his 125 shillings, then I am in a credit crisis, a cash liquidity crisis. So you have to do portfolio management and do like 10-20% of your money has to be in liquid cash, so that when you come for your money, I'm not telling you a story. So that's so you'll have money in treasury bills, but also for liquidity management, you'll have 10-20% in liquid deposits and cash.
Let's take a break. This conversation continues shortly. Elizabeth Kuku is the acting CEO of the Hustler Fund. She's our guest today. Hustler Fund is about to celebrate 1 year since it was first rolled out on the 30th of December last year. Where is that money? 39.6 billion shillings has been borrowed, 29 billion shillings has been repaid, 19 million Kenyans who have been borrowing from the Hustler Fund. And there's 1,000 people who have borrowed more than 100 times from the Hustler Fund in that 1 year. It's a lot of money. 2 billion shillings saved. For the people who have borrowed, they have saved 2 billion shillings. This is because they borrowed, it was deducted, and they were told to pay the full amount. Now they're looking for their 2B. Want to know where it is. Good morning, we'll be back shortly. And reminding you about flying the best way you can fly.
Indeed. I'm sure by now you're planning your next adventure if you've not already gotten that in the bag. Remember, it's not just about the destination, it's how you get there. One of the best bits is the food, isn't it? So wouldn't it be great if you could get a taste of your destination before you arrive? On Emirates, you can dine on gourmet meals inspired by regional cuisine. And what better way to toast the start of your holiday than with a choice of free-flowing drinks? And of course, you can expect world-class service along every step of your journey from Emirates' award-winning cabin crew. So wherever you decide to fly, fly better on Emirates.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel
Partly cloudy in Nairobi this morning. Highs of 24 and lows of 15. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13 in a sunny Nakuru. Partly sunny at 16 in Nyeri with highs of 24. And we'll see highs of 23 in a sunny Eldoret at 16. We're looking into a mostly sunny Mombasa for now with highs of 31. And at 28, it's mostly cloudy in Malindi, going to highs of 31. Kisumu is sunny at 23 with highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega at 20. Kampala is very cloudy with highs of 27, and it's cloudy as well in Dar es Salaam at 25, going to highs of 32. Let's look into a mostly cloudy Johannesburg at 24, going to highs of 29. While Mogadishu, hazy at 27 with highs of 32, and Addis, sunny at 14, going to highs of 24. Lagos, mostly clear at 25 with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
So here we are looking at heavy traffic coming in on Wayaki Way. It's quite something also. Coming in from James Gishoro, Lower Kabete, all of this happening. Quite something going into the city. Peponi Road also jam-packed as you're heading out towards Westgate and then coming through the backside of Sarit Centre. Limuru Road, heavy with traffic as well. And this is what? This is Rwaka Road, then also trying to join in with Limuru Road. So it's heaviness happening there, as well as on the Thika Superhighway this morning. Not too bad. Just that survey through to Pangani is heavy. And then Ngara going out towards the Globe Cinema overpass. That whole business is crazy right about now. We're in traffic hour. Let's see what happens in a short while. Talk to us and let's keep things moving on SpiceFM, KE on X.
SpiceFM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues with Elizabeth Nkuku. She is the acting CEO of the Hustler Fund. A year down the road, we are finding out what's the impact. So, when the then Deputy President was campaigning on the road, he said, na tutaweka bilioni 50, na tutaweka mpango ya kusaidia hawa mahasla, jamaa mama mboga, jamaa ya bodaboda, mtu ya kinyozi, waweze kupata pesa ya kufanya biashara. Now let's look at the impact. This 39.6 billion shillings that has been borrowed, right? Do you have cases where you can actually show us this is Mama Mboga and this is how, minus Hustler Fund, this was her life. With Hustler Fund, this is how life has changed. Do you have cases like that?
Yes, and most of them will actually be running on our socials, and we are running a documentary which I'll actually share with you. Just especially looking at the top 100. and what they have been able to do. So there is someone who, a good example other than the one the president has talked about, Harris. Let me talk about someone the person who has borrowed 4.5 million. They actually stopped using that money. So there are clear.
What business do they run?
They run a shop next to the university.
It's a retail shop.
It's a retail shop.
And they borrow to restock.
Yes.
They're basically using this for capital expense and working capital.
Working capital.
Okay.
Yes.
What's that impact? What are they doing before the Hustler Fund?
Before the Hustler Fund, they would go to the normal Shylocks, quote unquote, but maybe the tellers. And the way I'm looking at this is like, if you look at the financial access survey, it is actually showing that some of the costs having come down, some of the borrowings from some of the other digital platforms having come down, meaning that this person is actually being able to have a better income. So even if they had access to capital, they actually had, the capital was more expensive. So for every 1,000 shillings that you would borrow, maybe you're paying 100. So it's 10% per day. So for that person, if they borrow and pay within the day, they are not paying anything in the Hustler Fund. So you can actually see that 100 shillings, if they plowed it back to their business, it's something for someone who's borrowing 1,000 shillings. So at 100 shillings becomes something big. So the impact would be in the context of being able to grow your business by plowing it back. Again, you go a step further now and ask yourself, what is this doing to the person? So there is the business and also to the person.
Okay.
If you're able to look at the repeat customers, let's look at the numbers that we talked about of people who have borrowed five times and above. You're talking about 5 million people. Let's even take a 25% of that, 1.2 or 2 million. Maybe they were not able to access capital. Now they are able to access capital. What have you done? You've actually been able to catalyze their businesses to a point whereby you are increasing. You may not be able to say today this has contributed to X% of GDP, but if you are able to have capital to 2 million people, I think that is a significant impact that the fund has had.
Practically,
yes.
This one particular shopkeeper that you're telling us, they're in Nairobi.
No.
Where are they?
They're in Uasin Gishu.
So this shopkeeper in Uasin Gishu has been borrowing and has even gone to 4.5 million shillings in the last 1 year.
Yes.
Working capital, buy, restock, sell, repay. Buy, stock, sell, pay. Has their business expanded? Can you tell us that their business capitalization was this and now it's this? What is that impact on business directly with numbers?
I don't have the numbers.
Or outlets, branches of the shop, square meters of the shop. What is it?
We haven't carried that analysis to say that this is how it has expanded, just because also one of the things that we'll realize, the people that we are targeting, the numbers are not that corporate, whereby we are saying this is how my turnover has increased, like that. But you can actually see maybe the quality of the stock that they have put into the business. And remember also, even if you look at this amount of money they are borrowing on a day-to-day basis, it's not like they're going to get like 10 or 20,000 all at once. However, with the access now, that is going to be a significant game changer, because this person was able to was maybe accessing 1,000. Let's even say they were accessing 6,000 for argument's sake. Now they are able to access on one day more than 50,000 from their savings. So you can imagine what that will do to their business or even to their life. So if you look at this fund, not only are you looking at the credit side, you're also looking at what is the saving going to do for them. So this particular person has saved 225,000 shillings. They are going to be able to access 30% of that. So you can imagine what that means for them.
Actually,
at a go.
You see, the benefit I see from this, the way it's structured, it forces one to have fiduciary discipline. And within that discipline, that's where you realize the benefits. You borrow, you pay within a day, no interest, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's what Kenyans call free money, though there's nothing of that sort, okay? But if you keep this up and a portion of it is still saved, so you're getting to do your business, you're getting to repay it, you're getting to save. It's if you look at just the thinking behind it, it is a good thing.
And maybe just to continue on that note, is that the celebration, people will have access. If you are in good standing, the economy will get 700 million that they can access. 30% of
the 2 billion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something, even in terms of circulation of money.
Okay. Why is there a celebration for this? Why? What? Why is there a celebration?
Why is there a celebration? Because there's so much to celebrate about and recommunicate the vision. Because you see, there has been also a lot of maybe news about is the fund doing, how is the fund doing. I think telling the success stories is important, and for people to actually see that, you know what, this noble idea, this is what it has been able to do. So 1 is celebration, 2 is recommunication, and 3 is actually just the president talking about the key enhancements that are coming with the fund.
Actually, it answers the question that we're always asking. Why doesn't the government talk about the things it's actually doing? I mean, they're doing these things, they never tell anybody, is it successful, is it not? But if indeed there will be people giving testimonies, because that's what they're called, testimonials, that'll even be better. Because these are live people, these are Kenyans who can actually tell their story.
Yes.
I borrowed, then borrowed again, and then borrowed some. And this is where I am. But even when we hear those stories, we will still be asking questions. One question will be, is it really all from the fund, or did you have other sources of income? Do you have other sources of money? Do you have other sources of borrowing?
And that's the analysis that I'm looking for. If this person, for example, was getting money from the other mobile lending apps, or they were getting money from the local Shylock, or their SACCO, have they reduced that to go into Hustler Fund, or have they increased just their sources of borrowing to add Hustler Fund onto it? And then can we actually look and say there's been impact on this person's business? Because that is the whole idea. The whole idea is kusaidia mama mboga so that then they're able to get better. If they're using this for working capital, are we sure that they're using this for working capital? Just because I sell mboga does not mean that every money that I borrow, I'm putting it into my business.
True, and it might be difficult to drill it down. It's something that we have debated about. How do we tell that for sure this money goes to... We can trace that money, but remember, by the time I'm getting money from the Hustler Fund, I'm also getting money from Eric, who is my son. So it is very difficult to drill it, to push it down all the way. However, there are statistical ways maybe to show. So if I look at the financial access report, it actually shows the decline in other mobiles or other source of capital to Hustler Fund. But you see, the aim of the Hustler Fund is not to compete with the private sector. It is to make sure that at least someone sees hope and can be able to access credit in a cheaper way. So that is what the government is trying to do, not to replace the private sector player. It is actually to make sure that this person has a story that the financial institution can bank. So if, for example, the tuk-tuk person, if they walked into the bank, they might not be able to get money. But out of all this, I have been able to, if they go and show in their M-Pesa statements, for example, I've been able to transact like this. I think the banks are willing to take. And it's a conversation that we're actually having with their banking partners. How can they take these people? They're actually the ones who are pushing, like, how can we bank or how can we lend to these people? So you see, that is what the government is trying to do, to catalyze and to make sure that these people are clean. There is a record that someone can use for them to be able to access credit.
Okay. At the time of the institution of the fund, there was no board, there was no mechanism that then...
There was no CEO.
There was no CEO. There was nothing that gave this fund any kind of life, right? And there were many questions. It's unconstitutional because you don't have... And then who gives powers? It was a whole, long story. So now, in your position and as acting CEO, looking at then the constitution of a board, etc., under which department then does the operations of the fund fall under, and then how is it funded?
Okay, so yes, when it started, everything moved really fast, and one of the starting points is, remember, you cannot start or cannot disburse public funds without a framework. So a framework was put in place. The regulations are anchored on the Public Financial Management Act. So we have regulations that set up the institutions, set up as a secretariat, set up a board. So we currently have a board, which was inaugurated in March. So in between there, the State Department was actually running with the fund. Now we have the board, which makes most of the decisions and then passes it on to the executive for adoption. So that is how we are currently running. How is it funded? It's funded through the exchequer. So there are two ways. There is what is called the A&A. We are charging interest. So part of that is actually used to pay for costs. Remember, the service providers are not doing this for free.
Yeah.
They have at least a cost to pay, so we get the interest. That is what is used to pay. Then also part of it goes to the secretariat, and in case there are any deficiencies, then we get the exchequer to support. Yeah.
Will that change in the near future, whereby you're looking at having a semi-autonomous or autonomous body that deals with it, because it's almost like a banking or financial institution, as it were. But then, of course, you cannot have it void. You cannot have its operation void then of any kind of state cover.
Yes.
So will it then be semi-autonomous at some point?
Actually, the way
from
it's
all
set
indications.
The way it's set up is actually semi-autonomous. It's just that now it was settling. It was really an issue of settling and setting up all the structures in place. So the process of setting up the structures are actually almost at the tail end, so that we have everything. And when you have an oversight board, then that helps in terms of moving to that direction. Yeah.
Questions will always emerge about governance and rule of law. So the first thing that started before the first shilling of the Hustler Fund was disbursed was the publication and adoption of those regulations of the PFM Act.
Yes.
But those regulations stipulate that this fund shall be run by a board and a secretariat. 3 months they ran without a board. We have an acting CEO 1 year down the road. Okay? As we are talking, in terms of these 2 billion shillings that's been saved, it is not under oversight of the regulator for pensions or the regulator for capital markets. Still questions about why is the law catching up with the fund? Why can't the law function, the fund function within the law?
I think if you remember, Eric, everything is a journey. And innovation actually catches. At times, regulations is slower than innovation. Let's go to M-Pesa. There were a lot of conversations before M-Pesa really was adopted. Look at where we are today. So this is the same thing. The product is an innovative initiative that is moving fast. So the thing is, how are we making sure that the public interest is actually protected? There is no money that is going to get lost. So there is the framework within which the fund operates. You have the private sector who are regulated. So we can actually not say that the fund is not regulated. There is the CBK, which is overseeing the banks. And remember, all the money has to be lent through the banking structures. So it is not a fund lending. We have to lend it through the right regulations. If you look at the investments today, again, it is within the purview of CBK and the RBA. So you can actually, the custodians are actually regulated. So you can. The only thing is, how do we make sure that we knitted in and know what exactly we need? So let's say, for example, you're talking about the savings. There is a very specific way that the regulator of pension has actually set up the structures. However, does that really speak to what we want? So that is why at times it is good to look at the product as it grows, so that you are able to understand what specific things do you need within the law for you to be able to comply. So I just feel it's just innovation really. It's just an issue of iteration and making sure that you are protecting the funds as much as possible. We have the Office of the Auditor General looking at this. We have the Treasury. You cannot get a single shilling from Treasury unless they are comfortable in terms of how it's going to be run. There is a lot of reporting back and forth. So what I look at is, yes, governance is already in place, and it can get better, and it is getting better for us to get into where we need to be.
You know, the example you give of Safaricom is a very appropriate one. But remember also, Safaricom didn't have an equivalent. And so when you say it ran ahead of regulations, it did. Money, the borrowing, the savings exists within an environment where we already have institutions that do precisely that. And that's why we have the governance structures. You see, the question that we're raising is, yes, the good that the fund is doing or it was purposed to do, we understand. Perfectly all right. Yeah. The problem is that when it's public funds and not private funds, I'm not saying one is more important than the other. I'm simply saying public funds is precisely that, it's public funds. One would have expected that perhaps a little waiting time so that the things you're saying are put in place. You see, what that does is, when these questions are raised, there's a ready answer. The work in progress is understandable. Sometimes you can say, some of these problems, if you actually wait for the regulations, you'll never get this thing started. That we also understand. But then again, it is within a certain ecosystem where regulations exist and the sort of business we're talking about already exists. We understand it. It's not something absolutely new. It's just that the government is doing it in the manner it's doing it, and that is called new. But the activity therein...
The concept is regulated. The concept of pension is regulated, and there's a regulator in place.
Yes.
Right?
The function of lending
With
is
actually
regulated.
up-to-date laws and regulations on how to govern pension funds. Okay? One of those things is you need to be registered with RBA. And then now you start hiring those other three players within the sector. Hustler Fund is not registered with RBA, is it?
It's the process of getting registered.
See, so 1 year it has not been registered. Higher. In the capital markets, you are you're operating a regulated fund within the capital markets. Should you be registered with the CMA?
And that is what you see. What is happening? Maybe just to take back a step back.
Okay.
So the way we're operating with regulated entities. Okay. So the money right now is with KCB and family, who are regulated. So in terms of regulations and in terms of public funds, they're actually within the regulatory framework.
Okay.
What we are saying is we would like to move a step further. So what we are doing is actually a better to improve. But as we speak today in terms of public funds, fully within the purview of regulations and in line with what needs to be done.
I want to ask you a question about these 10 billion shillings.
Yeah.
I've borrowed again just now. Well, no, that's the ones that I borrowed this morning. Okay. Not again.
I was going to say that was quick.
You know, I'm trying to accumulate this money before
Get to 10.
Before
Get to
Thursday.
10.
Before Thursday. Then I can get more money. You're required to pay within 14 days.
Yes.
After 14 days, what happens?
After 14 days, you'll be reminded. So there'll be normal reminders of kindly pay your money. Then after that, at that point, you're paying an interest rate of 8%.
Okay.
So after 14 days, your interest rate increases to 9.5.
Okay.
Then after that, now we continue reminding you up to day 90. Yeah. Then after that, is the conversation we were having about how then, if you haven't paid...
So what do you categorize me at that point? After on the 15th day, what do you call me? A defaulter?
Not as a defaulter. We actually... what we define as defaulters is anyone who has been having the money more than 35 days. Because we were just like gracious. We're like 14 days, maybe things didn't happen. We extend to you 2 weeks. So after 35 days, that is when we confirm.
How much money do we have that's gone beyond 35 days?
I don't have that number off my mind, but it's something that we can share. But it's not, if you look at the 72% repayment rate, it remains a good number.
So what does 18% mean?
There?
72%
repayment rate.
And the other?
So those are the ones that we are still looking at how are we able to collect that money.
So that's a default.
We could say that.
Non-performing loan.
We could say that, yes.
28%. That's very high, isn't it?
It's not that high compared to other digital. If you look at the other digital platforms, yeah.
But why it's still high? We're talking of over a quarter of the 40 billion shillings that's been borrowed is laying somewhere where you're not sure whether this person will ever repay, you're not sure what to do with them, you're not sure this and the other. It's plus 10 billion shillings of public funds that are out there with people that you've lent that you don't know what to do with.
No, let me take a step back. You see that 39 billion, the money that has been put into the fund is 12 billion.
Okay.
It's 12 billion. So you're talking about maybe 2 billion or so.
Okay.
Thereabouts. And I don't think we can say at this point that we don't know what to do with them. What we are saying is let's first nudge them. And the nudging is let's show you what is it that you can do to repay. And the way we are doing that is making sure that we are showing you why are others paying and what have they been able to do with this. When that phase is over, then we shall look at what is the next course of action. Because remember, Latiff, we are using your ID as a unique identifier, not your mobile number. Yeah. So that's why you can't borrow on 2 SIM cards. So we have your details. So at the right time, when we really have nudged you, we shall look at what are the other ways to recover. But I think first of all is to extend a lot of grace to make, because there are those people maybe genuinely they borrowed and can't pay. So how can you help these people? So it's an analysis that we are going to take and say, okay, fine, this Latiff can pay but won't pay because I won't pay because it's government money. That is a different person from someone like, okay, if I had the money, I would pay. So these people, you have to treat them very differently. And you cannot get to a solution unless you do the analytics behind it and actually say, okay, fine, I won't pay because I won't pay because I won't pay, and because I have money on M-Pesa and I won't pay. You guess, that's the kind of analysis. This person is very different from someone who really needs support. How do we support this person? And one of the things that we are going to really focus on is training, financial literacy, because these people, at times, the planning of their money is also a problem. So one of the key mandates of the fund is actually capacity building on the financial literacy side. So that some people don't even understand when someone tells you, I'm giving you 1,000, you're paying me 1,100 in the evening, what that means. So we are not only giving money, but we are also going to train and teach people things to do with money.
Okay. Can you opt out, and when can you opt out? Before the option was not there. Is it there now?
No.
You can't opt out?
Not yet. Not yet. No,
what is to opt out?
You're not doing again now. Give me my savings, return my money, let's keep it moving.
You'll only get access to 30%?
Yeah. Okay. So you'll remain in the fund because you have your money.
The rest of the money must stay.
Must stay for now, until you're 60.
Okay.
For now.
CT has been borrowing. He's over 60. So where is his pension?
She's going to tell me to go to NSS.
Mine is an alternative. Mine is an addition, because remember, it's not an alternative.
But you will not access that money until you're 60.
But even when you're 60, remember I said we have more than 10% of people over the age of 60.
Yeah.
So at that particular point, you cannot be able to access. All your money will be classified as short-term.
As savings.
Yeah.
CT, wacha tuweke na pesa yako.
Tutoe kwa ile nini ama niweke ile ingine. Okay, sawa, tutafanya hivyo basi.
Elizabeth Okoh is the acting CEO of the Hustler Fund. She's been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The High Court will today deliver its judgment on the petition seeking nullification of the Finance Act 2023. Various petitions were filed challenging the act that came into force on July 1st before Justice Muga issued conservatory orders suspending its implementation. Chief Justice Martha Koome then named Justice David Majanja, the presiding judge, Christine Meoli and Lawrence Mugambi to form a bench to hear the petitions. That was after the Court of Appeal lifted Justice Muga orders and allowed the act to become operational. After a day-long hearing on September 13th, the judges said they would deliver their judgment on November 24. They promised to consider all the written and oral submissions. Lawyers for the petitioners, led by Otiende Molo, urged the court to nullify the act, saying several clauses included in it were illegally introduced. NAT Bungoma branch has called on the TSC to simplify the process for teachers to request transfers instead of the need to go to the TSC headquarters in Nairobi. NAT Secretary General South Bungoma branch Kennedy Nganga said teachers have been struggling when seeking transfer for specific reasons.
Mwalimu anatokaje hapa tunaenda tunatoka Nairobi ya primary school. Yani are they so idle? We are not going to waste our teachers time kuenda huko. Are they saying kwamba offices ya county mpaka chini haina maana? Sasa kama wanataka tuende Nairobi, sasa watoe all these offices. Devolution ileta offices at the county and the sub county, and that is what we want to work. Because kuna baadhi ya walimu ambao wanatakikana kwa chama cha NAT lakini wamelazimishwa pua kwa KUPPET, pua kwa KUSNET. Alafu watu tunadalilisha sisi. Hiyo na KEWOTA and call it.
In addition, parents have been advised to protect their children this holiday season to prevent cases of teenage pregnancy and drug abuse.
Kuna mimba za kiholela zinapatikana kwa watoto wetu. Hii barabara inaitwa Gaskon ya Webuye Malaba. Sasa hiyo tumejua tu ni mimba, but hatujui mgonjwa ni aina gani. That come alongside the same. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuwaomba wazazi ambao mko hapa, including you teachers who are parents, tafadhali tutunze na tuchunge watoto wetu, both wa kiume na wa kike.
Titus Kilongi is the new Kenya Chamber of Commerce and Industry chairperson, Trans Nzoia County Branch. The election of Kilongi and other leaders ends the dispute that halted the election of the KNCCI branch of Trans Nzoia 6 months ago. Speaking after being declared the winner, Kilongi promised to collaborate with other leaders to strengthen commercial activities in the county.
As we start this new journey with my team here, there is one thing that we have agreed in principle. We are going to do our things in the open. We're going to embrace trust and all that pertains to leadership. We are cognizant of the fact that service to mankind is service to God. We are going to transform this chamber into greater heights, and to our business community, we want to assure you that it's not going to be the same.
My name is Malesi Ben. Currently, we are not participating in major events, major business symposiums that benefit the people of Trans Nzoia. But us having struck a deal to have a strong representative board, we believe that Trans Nzoia should be where it belongs.
A similar statement has been made by Naomi Karani, who is among other elected leaders.
We want to assure the business community that the new team is a strong team that will work together for the greater good of the entire business communities. We are hoping and focusing on elevating the business community, on enhancing partnerships and creating linkages that promote growth in the business community.
My name is Simon Giavi. We are able and we are up to task to make sure that this chamber goes to a higher level. And for the business community, we want to tell you that it's a new beginning, that things will be better when we will be in the office.
Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry Rebecca Miano has ordered a comprehensive review and adoption of a whole ministry approach in the conduct of the ministry employee duties to curb duplication. The CS, while meeting the ministry staff at the Kenya School of Government, also revealed plans by the ministry to deal with career stagnation in the ministry. She presided over the signing of performance contracts by senior ministry officials. The CS said her ministry will work in collaboration with the Public Service Commission and the State Department for Public Services to ease avoidable anxiety among ministry staff. She said, as part of the strategy to create synergy in the ministry, they will work towards improving efficiency in all the semi-autonomous government agencies, guided by the practice of thriftiness as a core principle. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Jogger Road is busy this morning, as is Kangunda Road. Outer Ring is not doing too badly. A little bit of traffic here and there at your junctions. Coming in from Embakasi, touching on that North Airport Road junction. That's where you'll see some of it. Langata Road, busy here and there. Splitting towards Raila Odinga Way. The rest of it goes to Aerodrome. And Landis Road is extremely busy right about now. Coming in from the Thika Superhighway Survey and then out towards the CBD, that's heavy, as it is on Gigiri Road. Thigiri coming out through that whole area of Kitisuru. That's where we'll see the most of it happening, thumping with traffic, as it were, in some parts. Keeping an eye on things this morning. Let's see what happens in a short while, and we'll talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Talking about money, school fees money. January is coming. And Kiwi knows this all too well. And Kiwi is telling me something.
Okay, Kiwi says, we understand the pressure. We know how crazy it can get. So what we need to do, let's do the things we normally did anyway, isn't it? We bought Kiwi, got ready for school, etc. Bought Kiwi, got ready for work. All of this kept your shoes shining brightly. Now, let's do the things we normally do. In order for us to help you with school fees, let's do those things. Go out, buy your Kiwi today at any of your shops, supermarkets, etc., etc. When you buy your tin of the new logo Kiwi, you then dial *495 *5 hash, and then you pop your lid. Under that, you'll find a code which you'll use to complete this. You'll win airtime or data instantly, and then you'll get a chance to enter into the draw. And people have been winning 35,000 shillings going towards school fees. So you see what I mean? Do the things you normally do so that you can get school fees. Buy Kiwi as you normally would, get some extra airtime or data, as well as win 35,000 shillings. It goes directly to school. So no temptation that has not met the eye of man will come to you with this either.
But with every temptation?
There is a way out. School fees go directly to school. Buy your Kiwi today and let's go.
How many winners per week?
4.
Every week?
Yes, please.
4 winners. Wow. City, turn to your neighbor and tell them username.
Teresia.
Username.
Thank you so much, Teresia. Yes.
Very good. Turn to your neighbor again and tell them Delight Nakuru.
Delight Nakuru. Teresia?
Delight Nakuru.
Hapo. Yes.
Teresia, you know Nakuru.
Yes, I do.
And you've passed beyond Nakuru. You've gone all the way to, there's a place where there's a junction for Kericho and going to Eldoret. It's called Totari.
Yes, I know Totari.
You know Totari?
Because I'm married there.
Before you get to Totari, there's a place called Kebunja.
That's where I am married.
In Molo.
Yes. Mimi mtu ya Moro.
Tuko mtaani kwake.
Sindio? Now, as you leave Nakuru, you get to Sachangwan.
Yes.
No, you get to Salga.
Salga.
Before you start going up now towards Sachangwan and then on to Kibunja. Hapo Salga. To the right, there's usually a road that branches off to the right.
On your right.
On your right.
Yes.
Some 300 meters from the highway.
Yes.
Police
just 300 meters.
300 meters. That's where username is asking you to go and invest. Delight Nakuru, 1/8 of an acre pieces of plots that they're selling to develop a community there.
Wow.
They've done a fence. They've done a gate.
Wow.
They're sinking a borehole. Water will be supplied. Stima iko hapo.
Wow.
Barabara wanajenga. Ni wewe tu sasa wakuja ujenge. Touching tarmac. This is the one.
Watu wa nyumbani, sikieni habari. Habari ndio hiyo.
Maguta.
Si ndio?
This is it.
Wow.
This is the one.
And guess how much Moro is very fertile.
Oh, yes.
With the viazi.
Yes.
Yeah,
in
potatoes.
fact, this particular piece of land, it's flat land. It's been land that's been like, a large estate for a very long time.
Yes.
It's just been hived off. And username are selling off this piece of property and they're saying, come, jenga hapa. Then now you can even take up a piece of land in Sachangwan and Molo and grow viazi.
Wow.
Even pyrethrum is back. Now you can grow pyrethrum. 799,000 shillings.
Oh my God.
But if you're among the first 50 today, 750.
Oh, 750.
750. And you don't even need to pay the whole 750. 80,000 shillings down payment, the rest within 30 days.
Wow.
If the rest within 30 days is not something that you can do, talk to username. I can pay within the next 12 months. They'll tell you, okay, let's agree.
This is a company from heaven.
Imagine. For more information, SMS the word Nakuru to 20321. That's 20321. SMS, just send an SMS. They'll get back to you. They'll call you back. They'll tell you everything that you need to know, plus a lot of the things that we have not told you. Yeah? You'll get to hear from them. Teresia Wairimo is our guest for the next hour. She is the chairperson of the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya. She'll tell us all about it, but Teresia, to welcome you to the show.
Yes.
City has the day's proverb every week. City comes up with proverbs from one African country.
Okay.
And then he picks one proverb per day. This week he's in the Republic of South Sudan.
Oh.
Listen to the proverb and then tell us how you interpret this proverb.
Today's proverb. Changing your mind is not being a liar.
Changing your mind is not being a liar.
Oh my God. Changing your mind is not being a liar. Wow. That's a very powerful proverb.
What do you think it says? What's your interpretation?
I think what it means is everybody has a right to change their mind. Everybody has a right to say otherwise from what he said yesterday. And that does not make them a liar. That makes them a person who is a thinking person. Yeah.
Why are you avoiding? Just say it makes them a truthful man. An honest man.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Introduce us to the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you so much, CT.
Yes.
And Do. God bless you so much for having me. Yes, my name is Apostle Teresia Wairimu Jenga. I'm the chairperson of Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya. Basically, this is an association that deals with the people who are employed directly by the Mitumba trade, be it an importer, be it a retailer, be it yule beba wa kubeba mitumba, be it yule transporter wa kubeba mitumba, anybody who is directly and indirectly employed by the trade. These are the people that are under this umbrella. Yeah.
You know, we have used the word mitumba for very many years.
Yes.
And it just becomes synonymous with dressing.
Yes.
Okay? That sometimes we are not really sure what we mean by mitumba.
Yes.
Just so that we are not confusing anything here.
Yes.
What is mitumba?
Mitumba is used clothes. But that does not mean Mutumba is only used clothes. Anything that is second hand, that means somebody has used it before, and now it's come back to the market for a second time or third time. That's what we call Mutumba. It means used.
Okay. Why is it such a big thing in Kenya?
Because the trade employs over 2 million people, directly and indirectly, and it supports over 20 million households. It generates a lot of income for the government. The government is collecting about 14 billion annually. That means $1 billion plus every month from the trade. And not also mentioning we pay licenses. That is the 1.4 billion is from import and customs. There is another money that we pay, what we call now the licenses, city council licenses, and many other things that are supposed to be paid when you have a shop.
So how do we know that this 14 billion shillings is actually captured by government?
Yeah, we know they have the statistics. If you go to the Kenya Bureau of Standards, they have the statistics. Every container that comes in through Mombasa, it is recorded. Annually, we are bringing about 8,000 containers of used clothes.
8,000 every year?
Yes.
Where do you source them from?
The mitumba are sourced all over the world. America, Canada, China, Pakistan, Australia, UK, Europe, all over Europe. Yeah, okay. Generally they come from all over.
There's been this thinking by many people that when you see mitumba in Kenya, there's somebody who's just gone, into garbage pits in these countries and found, these guys have used their clothes, they've dumped them in a garbage pit, and then you just pick them up and put them up in containers and bring them to Kenya.
Yes.
How do the clothes enter into that container?
Yeah, basically in the Western world, they have a very good way of disposing their clothes. They give them to charity. And charity, because they have so many of them, they cannot be giving people clothes every day. So that's how used clothes became a business. They were given maybe to Salvation Army. There's another company called Savers. Once they are given to those people, there is nothing much they can do with them. Now, to turn that into money, to allow them to now give donations to the people who needs it, there are people who buys them. Now, people who are very professional in packaging them. That's why I keep on saying, Mitumba trade is a very professional business. There is a way we do it. There are professional people who have big factories, and now they categorize them and they package them, and now that's how they land in Kenya. Everybody, including all of us here, we have clothes in our wardrobe that we are not wearing. If we had a system of how now or companies that is collecting those clothes, I'm sure we'll be having so many people giving out their clothes. Everybody has a dress. Not that it's torn or it's old or it's bad, especially as sisters.
Apostle.
Yes.
Hapa, we have relatives. So,
hand them down.
And many.
Tunateremsha chini.
Teremsha tu. In the same principle.
It's the same.
Inaenda.
So we have a way of dealing with our used clothes.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Now what you're saying is that in the West,
yes,
the way they deal with the used clothes is they donate them.
Yeah, they
charity.
Yes.
Knowing full well I am donating to charity.
Yes.
But then charity decides to commercialize it.
Yes.
Is that not wrong? Is that not
No. You know why? There are too many of them. There are millions and millions of tons. There is not much they can do with them. Because they can give you.
Yeah.
Do you know they are very cheap? What makes Mitumba expensive is not the cost of buying them from the charity companies. It is the cost of packaging, the cost of labor. Labor is very expensive in the Western world. That's why we are lobbying. We are asking the Kenyan government to allow us to be sorting Mitumba here in Kenya locally. That will make them very cheap. Even it will help us in the money that we export to the West. We will minimize the money that we pay and use that money to pay for labor locally here.
The conversation usually for that is around protection of Kenya's industry or any industry, especially when it comes to textiles.
Yes.
Right? And that because we've heard all of the words that are used, dumping ground.
Yes.
We've talked about then belittling the nation's people. Why should you
unhygienic?
Unhygienic.
Yes.
Why should you wear clothes that were or shoes or whatever that were worn by somebody else? After all, you don't see that there are clothes that are not being worn here that find their way on a ship that go to the Western world. Do you ever hear?
Yes.
That we package clothes here in Kenya, for example, or in Nigeria or South Africa, and then they are sold in America as Mitumba. We don't hear that. It's not a two-way kind of thing, is it?
Yes.
So the question here is, when we see those high taxes, when we see that those fees or licenses that are put, it is to discourage the act and hope that there will be local industries that then are thriving. That conversation is heavy in play.
Yes, that conversation has been there and we've been talking about it all through. But what I want to say today is Mitumba did not come to kill the local textile industry.
Okay.
Mitumba just came to complement it. The local textile is there. It was not killed by Mitumba. The local textile needs to be revived. We've had these discussions with the Ministry of Trade, the former Minister Betty Maina, the other minister that was there, and we are also continuing this conversation with the ministries. What needs to be done is the revival of textile in Kenya. Right now, I can tell you for sure, we do not have textile. We don't have cotton. The ginneries are not working. We need to revive from the ground up. Because today, if we say we want to use our local textile, that means we'll now start importing from India, from China, from the West.
The fabrics.
And the East. We'll start importing the fabrics. If we want to help ourselves, we need to be very competitive. Start from the ground. Plant our cotton, revive our ginneries, and then take our children to the polytechnics, teach them how to make clothes. And that's how we will now make sure that we are producing cheaper clothes. And once we start producing, and we also have Mitumba, let the person who is buying decide what they want to buy. We'll make the local textile will be cheap, the Mitumba will be cheap, they will compete. The common mwananchi will decide which one to take. And if Mitumba is to die, allow it to die naturally, but don't kill it. We are over 2 million people. Over 2 million people.
Directly.
And number two, when I was growing up, I used to see so many people with the patches. Yeah, with the patches.
Kiraka.
People, yeah, kiraka.
Yes.
Unaona mtu anatembea uchi inaonekana. Mitumba has restored dignity to our people. To our people. Our people now are dignified. People are very smart. You not even tell. Anybody who is wearing Mitumba here, even me, huwezi jua hii shirt ni ya wapi.
Very nice.
You see? Yeah.
Very nice.
So I'm dignified.
Apostle, hiyo ni camera?
Hii ni camera.
Okay.
Hii ni camera. You know.
Is Mitumba cheap, Teresia?
Yes, very cheap. As I said, Mitumba, even buying them from abroad, they are very cheap. The conversation here is, even when the government is trying to discourage importation of things, is because they want to retain money in Kenya. One of my biggest agenda is to allow or to show the government that the money we are importing, buying Mitumba, most of it is from labor. If they allow us to sort this Mitumba here locally.
Please explain the labor bit.
Yes,
in
the labor
numbers,
bit.
all
Yeah,
right?
let's talk about
So Siti's cousin
yes.
is in America.
Yes.
Or in America.
Yes.
So he's not sending the clothes to Kenya to the relatives.
Yes.
He donates to
Yes.
Salvation Army. Salvation Army then has all these clothes that they've collected.
Yes.
Now show me the labor. And by the
Yes, they have collected, and now this person who owns a factory comes and buy them. In fact, they buy them cents. Maybe 40 cents or 50 cents per kilo.
Per kilo?
Per kilo.
Wow.
From the Salvation Army. That's how cheap they buy. But now, labor comes in when now these goods are taken to the warehouse. That warehouse is when now they do the sorting, the cleaning. They are making sure this bale is of shirts. Another one is trouser. Another one is children clothing. Just sorting them and cleaning them up. That's the labor. 1 hour in those countries is over $10. Let's even assume it's $10. While we know Canada, America minimum wage is about $15 by the hour. So if somebody works in the warehouse for 8 hours, that's $80. That's $80. If that bale is 40 kg and it was being sold at 80 cents. 80 cents.
The whole thing.
When it was free. When it landed into the warehouse.
When it landed into the warehouse.
Okay.
Let's say it's 50 cents. 50 cents by 40 is how much? It's very little. But now if you include labor, 8 hours of labor, this person will go home with $80.
And that goes into the $2 that came in.
Yes.
So the whole thing from 50 cents becomes $82.
Yes, the whole thing will be very expensive because of that labor.
So if it came in at 50 cents,
yes,
you're doing by 40 kg, so it's $20, right?
Yes.
For the whole bale.
Yes.
What you're saying now is that it costs you're going to pay this person $80
yes,
to have the thing cleaned, hygienically,
yes,
thorough cleaning,
sorted.
While in Kenya,
and sorted and packed. Right?
Yes.
So instantly, this thing becomes $100.
Yes. Yes. Becomes very expensive.
Okay.
But now, if we were to do the sorting here in Kenya, that means we'll do away with the $80 and we'll use $10.
How much does it
per
cost?
day?
How much does it cost to get here?
It's about $4,000 shipping.
But this is a whole.
But now it's a whole 40-foot container.
So how much is
many kilos?
Yeah. How much is applied to this 40 kilo? What is it called?
Or how many
40
bales?
foot
Let's do 550 bales.
In a container.
Yes.
One bale at 40 kg.
Yes.
One bale costing, so what is it?
$100.
Yes.
So 550, then divided by
4,000.
By 4,000.
That one you get now the cost of shipping per bale.
It's about.
So the issue here is that you want to circumvent the 80.
Yes.
The $80 for the labor.
Yes.
Why aren't you doing it?
Yeah, we are talking with the government. It's our proposal is on their table.
What do you mean? The government has told you cannot bring in. But
it is. Yeah, because of the obvious issue everybody keeps talking about, dumping. And I want to educate our people.
No.
We don't import to dump.
Hold on, Teresia.
Yes.
Mutumba.
Yes.
Today is arriving at the port of Mombasa in a container. It has been sorted.
Yes.
What is different with Mutumba arriving in the port of Mombasa in a container, not sorted?
You still have to sort it.
Are you saying that the government categorizes them different?
Yes. What happens if we were to do it today? That means these containers will come to the special economic zones. They will not be charged duties. They will only be charged port handling and such. But now when they come, what we do not allow the West people to sort them to the end. What we do is to allow them to clean them. They come as cleaned, but not sorted. Everything good, in good quality, it has to be grade A and B.
Okay.
Now when they come here, our job, which is major, is sorting. You know, you train people how to know this is a shirt, not a blouse.
Okay.
This is a lady's capri pant, not a man capri pant. That's what consumes labor.
That's the labor.
Yeah.
What difference would... Sorry.
No, please go on. Yes.
What difference would we have in price? Because, look, if we are talking about... So the thing comes, it's $20. I'm still going back to those numbers.
Yes.
The person in wherever has sorted and washed and cleaned. It's now $100. Now, with the numbers that you've given of $4,000 per 40-foot container for it to get from wherever, New York to Mombasa, $4,000 divided by 550 bills is about $7.50 for it to get here per bill. So you're coming to about $127 per bill plus transport. If it's at today's rate, it's just under 20,000 shillings, right, for a bill. What difference in shillings would we be looking at if that sorting was happening here?
Can you imagine labor in a day? Somebody will charge $80
here
in America, but here is just $10. 1,000 Kenya shillings.
And that person will be a very happy person.
Yes, and that person will be happy. We will create more employment for our youth. We will also increase. We are over 2 million. Every warehouse will not have less than 500 workers. 500 workers.
So we're looking about half the costs.
Yes. We are looking at half the cost. Yeah.
Actually, it's less than half.
It's less than half.
It's much less than half.
Yes.
Yeah, it's much less than half.
Yes.
80% of this money is what you're paying to the sorter.
Yes. And now Kenya, Kenya is well situated. We will also become exporters. African nations, African countries who are also into Mitumba, they will start also importing from Kenya. We also become a hub for export. This is a big business, it's a big trade. And also when we bring them as raw materials, we also be able to export now even to Europe. There are things that are not sold in Kenya or in Africa, but they are sold in Europe. We start exporting to Europe. We also do what we call value addition. There are things that will come, we will add value, we will take them back to the fundis, add value, and then re-export them to Europe or to South America.
But also we'll be left with a lot of waste.
No, that one, by the time they bring, we have something we call cleaning. Not sorting, but cleaning. Cleaning is making sure that we have 1 and 2.
So cleaning is grading.
Yes, grading. That one is very basic. You can even have very less people doing it because grading is checking just the quality. Imeraruka, iko safi, iko hivi, inapita. Very easy.
I mean, if you think of it, you're talking about the sorting. It means you have this bale with all these clothes. As you put it correctly, suruali inawekwa kando, blouse inawekwa kando, viatu inawekwa kando, handbag inawekwa kando. So suddenly you have an entire industry. You know, as we're talking, I was thinking of the tea industry, which I have some knowledge of. And I was looking at, somebody grows the tea. And one of the complaints they've had, most are now in the coffee sector, they grow this thing and somehow they don't seem to benefit from it. But yet, the coffee trade is a lucrative trade. You see? And the reason is because of what she just said, value add. Now, if you remove the value add from the West and bring it here, our value add is cheaper than theirs. So we end up with the same quality, but at a lower cost. It makes perfect sense to me. I'm thinking of just the employment. And I went even further and I was thinking, imagine in this free trade zone area that we're thinking of and we keep talking about. Imagine all these things people go to Dubai for. What if you told them, come and do the same thing here? We're in Africa and we're a hub. And
yeah, I'm looking and I'm waiting for a day the government will open their eyes. This is our London, New York. In Africa, Nairobi is New York to some countries. We are well situated. We have our port. Our people are very hardworking. This is a place where we would be exporting. These things will be exporting from here. We do value addition, send them back to Europe, send them back to South America. And then the others who will be buying from Africa, other nations of Africa. We also become exporters of used clothes. And also we minimize on what we export, the amount of money that we export to the West.
Our import bill drops. Let's take a break. 27 minutes to 10. Teresia Wairimo is our guest. She is the chairperson of the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya. We are discussing the Mitumba trade. All those, public perceptions that people have on Mitumba, even government. That's what we're trying to debunk this morning and seeing, so what's the way forward and what's the best way forward? We'll be back shortly. In the meantime, let's fly. Teresia, you've flown Emirates, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey.
Waambie wanipe ya nini?
Christmas.
Complimentary ya Christmas.
So as it is, you're already thinking about the next holiday, aren't you? All right. And you can imagine now if you're flying business class on Emirates.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, your holiday starts with a glass of champagne to welcome you on board. Hey. Then you can stretch out in the spacious seat, pick something from the minibar, recline to your favorite movies and TV shows. There's even an onboard lounge where you can enjoy a cocktail and have a chat with your fellow travelers. The dining is incredible too. Enjoy delicious dishes from where you're going. Imagine you're going somewhere and the food you're going to find, they've already started serving you on the plane with some fine wines to match. When you're ready to sleep, you can get a good rest in your fully flat bed. So treat yourself to business class and fly better with Emirates.
We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yeah! It is a jackpot, man! This is a great investment opportunity for you! You've been looking for a plot, right? The Username Investment Limited brings to you the D-Light! The D-Light is 20 minutes drive from Nakuru City, 300 meters from Salga Town. How about the price? It's an amazing offer of 799,000 Kenya shillings for an 8-acre plot. Join us for a free site visit every Wednesday and Saturday. Pick a point at Nairobi's Kencom at 7 a.m. and Nakuru West Side Mall at 8:30 a.m. To reserve your seat right now, send an SMS of the word Nakuru to 20321. Send an SMS of the word Nakuru to 20321 or call 0725 000 222.
Fly better to your dream destination with Emirates. Whether it's seeing Big Ben and the famous red buses in London, family adventures in Dubai, or discovering ancient wonders and bazaars in Istanbul. But remember, it's not just about where you're going, it's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates and start your holiday with delicious regional dining, complimentary drinks, outstanding service, and award-winning entertainment. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Get ready for the festive season with Tease the Season. Join us at the Junction Mall rooftop on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of December at 6 p.m. for a magical Kenyan Christmas experience. The show is directed by Atemi Oyungu and Lisa Oduor Noah and feature some of your favorite artists, including Chris Edouard, Kendi Nkonge, and Manasseh Shalom. We also have new voices to introduce to you this year, but that's not all. On Saturday and Sunday from noon, we have a pop-up Christmas market for you to enjoy. Make sure you don't miss out on this incredible event and get your tickets now at ticketsasa.com. Advanced tickets are available for $1,700, while gate tickets are available for $2,200. Tease the season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
Safaricom has introduced a youth platform which is giving customers freedom to choose.
All right, so looking at partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 18, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Nakuru at 16. Sunny at 16 in Nyeri with highs of 24 as well, and into Eldoret where the sun is up at 16 with highs of 23 and lows of 12. Mombasa this morning is sunny at 27 with highs of 31, and we're looking at cloudy conditions in Malindi going to highs of 31. Kisumu is sunny at 23 and it's sunny at 20 in Kakamega. Into Kampala, the clouds are up and heavy, highs of 27 and lows of 18, while in Dar es Salaam it's mostly cloudy at 25. We'll see highs of 32. Johannesburg is cloudy at 24. The thunderstorms coming in with that advisory, highs of 29, and it's a hazy morning in Mogadishu at 27. Addis Ababa is sunny with temperatures rising to 14. All right. Mostly clear at 25 in Lagos with highs of 32, and Kinshasa is cloudy at 24. It's slightly warmer at 3 degrees in Beijing Tuesday afternoon with highs of 4. We'll see lows of -3. It's cloudy at 6 in Paris and cloudy at 4 in London. 2 degrees and clear in New York. Coming into Wednesday, highs of 3 and lows of -2.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Wairimo, she is the chairperson of the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya. We are talking about Mitumba and the associated business and trade. And you've told us, well, this thing is actually not expensive. It's the labor that's expensive.
Yes.
And the source of these clothes is basically second-hand clothes or used clothes from these European markets that ends up in our market.
Yes.
Concern number 1, number 2, number 3, up to number 100 is number 1. This is dumping. Number 2, the hygienic state of these clothes that we wear. People start saying, no wonder we see these diseases in this country because it's been brought by Mitumba. In fact, at the height of COVID-19, one of the bans that is imposed by the government was on Mitumba.
Yes.
Musituletea COVID na hii Mitumba ya.
Yes, I was there.
So how do you address this? How do you address this public concern?
Yeah. One thing people should know and understand is that the government has already developed protocols to govern the importation of Mitumba. They have their appointed agencies that make sure that once a container is packaged, it has already conformed. There is the certificate of health. There is the conformity. There is a whole process. There is the clean clothes, the fumigation. You see, if you have interacted with Mitumba, there is a certain smell that you hear from Mitumba. Hiyo harufu ni ya fumigation. Hiyo harufu unasikia Mitumba ikinuka ni dawa ya fumigation. They have to be fumigated.
Fumigation from insects or from disease?
From
everything?
anything.
Okay.
Anything that can be carried by clothes. And then there is also the certificate of public health. That certificate of public health is for that region to make sure that there was no outbreak in that region.
Of diseases.
Of any disease.
Right.
That's how we get now the certificate of public health.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So by the time they get here.
Where is this done? Is it done at country of source or is it
No, country of source. They have their
so this
agencies.
is PVOC,
yes.
Pre-verification?
Yes. They do it from the source. And the people that do it are people appointed by the Kenyan government to do this. Like we have SGS, we have Bureau Veritas, we have Cotecna, all these bureaus, they are appointed
these are
agencies.
National standardization
Yes, yes. They are appointed by the government to do that.
And these are protocols that are set by government here.
Yes.
To make sure that all these things that we are saying in terms of sanitation, in terms of hygiene and all have been sorted. And public health have been sorted.
Yes.
Okay. Is there one that looks at quality and not to avoid dumping?
Yes. Number one is quality. Quality has to be A and B. We cannot bring in a C or D.
Apostle, just explain.
Quality number one
what
and
is
number
A,
two.
What is B? What is C? What is D?
No, we don't do C or D. What we do is A and B. That means it's something that can be worn. Something that is clean. It is not torn. It is in good shape. That's what we import. And I want you to I want to remind everybody this. We are paying a whopping $18,000 for one 40-foot container in terms of duty and taxes.
Oh, wait.
A whole $18,000.
On import duty and customs.
Yes. That's what we are paying. So you will not pay that much money only to carry dumping.
You have to bring in quality that you can resell.
You don't need anybody to check for you the quality. You check it yourself. You make sure that what you are buying is of good quality, something you will sell in the market. Even by the time the person who is appointed to do it, they come, you have already yourself done your part, because you are paying a lot of money. By the time this container gets here, you have paid about $22,000, inclusive of shipping.
What?
Yes.
$22,000.
Yes.
For the whole container.
Yes. 40-foot container. No, it's too much.
It's about 3
In
million.
fact, right
3
now,
million. Even if you were to divide it per bale, because at the end of the day, not all the bales are going to one.
It's
business.
almost 5,000.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So
before purchase price, is 5,000 Kenya shillings.
Wow.
Before purchase price.
When the clothes get here, they're again sorted. That's why we talk about camera and all.
No, now that's now when somebody buys one bale, that's now how they sell. That's the grading of, we can call it pricing.
Okay.
Because somebody who buys camera buys
it's done
expensive.
at source.
No, here.
We do it here.
No, he's talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we sort them again. That's why he's mentioning camera.
So this is not for price.
Yeah.
No, camera is.
Camera is basically pricing. You want to sell the very fast ones at a higher price. There is now second. We call them camera and then second. Somebody buys the best. Somebody buys now second best. And it drops and drops and drops until it gets now to...
Do you sell
3
everything?
for 2 shillings, yeah.
Is everything that's imported sold?
Yeah. That's why you go to Wangige market, you hear somebody shouting 20 bob, 20 bob, and 10. Yes.
So you umetoka Kikomba ikafika Wangige.
Yeah.
The camera number 2, like that, it drops.
Yes.
Until these 10 bob ones.
Yes, somebody comes to the market.
Is torn.
Yes, somebody comes to the market, and now they count all the remaining ones. They buy maybe 5 shillings, and they count all of them. They take them to the market, maybe Wangige, for example. That's where you you hear them saying 20 bob, 20 bob. Na wakimaliza kupata yao 10 bob, wakimaliza 5 bob. So everybody is dressed. Everybody is dressed. Yes. Yes.
There are people who say that now later you will go to Wangige market and other places and you'll find clothes that have been dumped.
Yeah, that's what I want to say this. Every market, they have their own way of preserving their own hygiene. There is no mountain of clothes being dumped. I have not seen. Because even the person who is selling 5.5, he will not throw away because he will again go back to the market and buy it 5 shillings. So he will continue putting them together because they are not torn. That's why we say, I have stock. Why do I have stock? I have stock because I have been piling. I have stock.
And usually the person who is buying knows his market or her market.
Yes.
They know exactly who their buyers are.
Yes.
And if you understand the Kenyan market, there'll be people who will probably pre-order and say, I would like this and this and this and this.
Yes.
Then there's that category of person who then goes to sell clothes in offices. And those ones usually, they have an order.
Yes.
And it's the same Mitumba.
Yes.
It's the same.
But they have an order. They know, I want this and this and this. Then there's yet another market of people who actually have shops.
Yeah.
And they sell Mitumba.
Yes.
And they tell you.
Tunazitanga exhibitions.
Yes, Zico.
Yes. So that value chain in terms of the employment capacity of the industry.
You can see the 2 million.
Yes, exactly. It's extensive. It's very, very extensive. And it looks like it caters for every cadre of Kenyan.
Everywhere. The biggest market is Gikomba. Then the next biggest is Kisumu, Kebuye. Then we have so many other markets that are still supplying Mitumba.
What is the government's attitude towards Mitumba?
I think there is a lot of ignorance when it comes to Mitumba. There is a lot of ignorance. That's why you hear utterances that are funny. While we have 2 million people depending on this trade. The government is talking about creating jobs opportunities. Mitumba has already created 2 million jobs and still growing. If we go back to the ground, we may discover we are more than 2 million because it's a growing trade. It's a trade you can begin with as little as 1,000. Myself, I started at 3,000. I had 3K.
3,000 shillings?
Yes, 3,000 shillings. Hiyo ndio nilinunua nayo socks. Socks unafagia, unahesabiwa. Na shilingi moja na sumu ni 150. And then I had so many of them.
1 shilling and 50 cents?
Yes.
For a pair of socks?
Yes. For a pair of socks. Then I took them to Roiro. That's where I started. And I was selling them at 10 shillings. The first day and the second day. Once I recovered my money, I dropped to 5 shillings. And from there, if I didn't have money, I would take my socks, take them to the road. Na okota napata chakula. Stock ndio nimesema haitupwi. You keep it for a rainy day.
Apostle, that story right there is what you call a beautiful success story.
Yeah.
Yes. You are living the talk. Meaning, this is not an industry you read about. No. You have been an integral part of this particular industry. So you know.
Yes. From
now you're an importer.
Yes.
How many importers do you have? They talk about cartels in the import.
Yeah, that's what they want to call us. But we are over 500 and we are creating 1 billion per month. We are not cartels. We are business people contributing to the GDP. The budget for judiciary is about 1 billion.
A month.
And that's what we contribute.
So you can just say you are sustaining our judiciary.
Yes.
Sustaining the judiciary.
Yes.
This Mitumba sector.
In more ways than one.
In more ways than one. The negative publicity is not just local.
Yeah.
It's even international.
Yeah,
where we've seen several groups coming up to say, our countries in the West have turned Africa into dumping ground.
Yes.
We dump everything, including even our underwear. Now we are dumping our underwear in Africa. And that is also having an impact in terms of
What I want to say this. The world is not now talking about manufacturing in order to preserve our
it's called our ecosystem.
Environment.
Yes, our environment.
Yes.
For us to protect our environment, we don't need to manufacture every day and every time. We need now to start talking about reuse and recycle. That is where the world is heading to. For us to protect our environment and climate, we need now to start talking about reuse and recycle. That is the way to go. Even in America, there are streets, they are selling used clothes. The Western has already embraced that. So whoever is publicizing that is dumping when it comes to Africa is just trying to tarnish the name of Africa. They want to tarnish us.
Okay.
It's like we are beggars or we are bad people. If you go to America, they have shops. These shops, we call them thrift stores.
Yeah.
And they are buying, they are selling there.
It's Mitumba.
So it's okay for them to buy from there, not okay for Africans to buy. Because we have thrift store and they are doing very well. And they are very big. They are very big. These are used clothes, not new clothes. And they are doing very well. In fact, even if you look at London, now they are talking about the reuse, not manufacturing.
It is very true.
Yeah.
And at every level, you even have high-end shops.
Yes.
That deal not just with reuse, they even have a factor for exchanging. Meaning, you have clothes that you've bought, maybe you didn't use or you used once, and you want something else. You go with those clothes.
Yeah.
And you look at what they have. So you're right.
Yeah, talk about cracks.
Like Mari.
Yeah, talk about cracks. Cracks, you have an old shoe of crack. You take it back, and now you carry another new shoe. That's what you do. And the old shoe, they will take it to these European countries. Go to Poland. That's where they sell them. After they have been used, they sell them there.
Should you then actually, because you've introduced the clerk example is an example of extended producer responsibility.
Yes.
And we also have that in Kenya. Extended producer. So somebody started with the plastics. You are packaging water and you're selling water in plastic bottles. How do you make sure that plastic does not end up in a dump somewhere?
Yes.
So the water company has a responsibility to make sure that those plastics are then collected and reused, recycled. Should the Mitumba industry in Kenya then get into that with the big clothes manufacturers and the big brands where it's part of their extended producer responsibility to make sure that you are reusing them by bringing them to Kenya, and then you then will have the issue of then collecting them and seeing how they can be recycled.
Yeah, it's a dialogue we are having. It's a dialogue we are having. We are looking into reviving these ginaries. Even as Mitumba traders, we want to work with the government to make sure that cotton industry or textile industry is revived. And once we revive, then we can start talking about reuse, recycle, and also manufacturing.
Is it possible? I mean, just what looking at, because look, we can't run away from the fact that while there is this concern about the hygiene and the whole dumping in terms of policy on a global scale, the truth of the matter is that we would not have 2 million
employed directly
if people were not buying these items, whether they were shoes, bags, clothes. That there is purchase.
There's a market.
There's a market.
And it's a growing market.
Isn't it? I would assume that the many markets that we see around the country, Gikomba, Kibuye, what did you say is the biggest? Kisumu is Kibuye?
Yes.
Kibuye, yes.
Toy market. All of these markets that we see, and in different parts of the country, they wouldn't be there if there were not people who were purchasing them. That I understand. There's been the cry that in some of these cases, a lot of these clothes are sold at very high prices, almost equal to what you would buy brand new from the store.
But don't
is there a way to
you think
that?
that's a decision for the buyer? If you think this Mitumba is very expensive compared to the new clothes, then you have an option to buy a new clothes. And that's what we are saying. If we can produce clothes, new clothes that are cheaper, almost like Mitumba, then we give a Kenyan an
Choice.
authority now or a choice to choose where to buy.
Where to buy from.
Yes. Yes.
But here we are seeing that because there is no option of that kind of quality at that price, that people are going to go for the Mitumba option because that is what is available. Quality, price, then here matters.
Yes. And that's why it's expensive, because it's called camera. That's number one. And sometimes camera can change hands to 3 people. Somebody who buys camera, they may buy a shirt at 200 shillings or 300 shillings. Then somebody is there waiting. Now he comes to the camera person. Person has 10 pieces.
10 shirts.
But because he's very sharp, he will only select 2. 2 of the best from the camera person. He will buy them at 600. He will maybe give him 300. And then he buys them 600 bob each. Now he cleans it and irons and brings it now to a sophisticated shop. That's where now you find somebody selling at 1,000. 1,000. Yeah, and
that
then
thing started at 100 bob.
Yes.
You see, you are seeing the journey of value add.
Yes. You see?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
It's a thriving industry.
Yes, it is.
2 million people directly employed.
Yes.
And the contribution to tax of 14
Eric,
billion
the
a year.
fascinating thing is the versatility of the business thinking in this industry. Where it starts and how it lands in Kenya with whatever difficulties we have, and how those difficulties are overcome, and the value add that it came with, we enhance it by giving it our own value add. And meeting the various pockets and the diversity of interest that we have. Now that is worth a study.
Are you engaging right now with the Ministry of Trade?
Yes.
And what kind of conversations are you having?
Right now we have a new minister, a new CS that's there. We have not yet met her, but we have few documents we have submitted there. We are hoping that she will give us audience. She will listen to us. Before, and let me say this, before, people who have been in that office have been biased. They have been talking too much with the manufacturers to a point of wanting us to become employees of the manufacturers. And we want to tell them we are independent, our trade is independent. If you want us, call us to the table. We will have a sober conversation. Mitumba Trade employs over 2 million people. It dignifies the lives of not only the person wearing, but also the business owner. It has dignified lives. It has dignified lives.
Teresia.
Has contributed immensely to the nation of Kenya.
Thank you for joining us. Apostle Teresia Wairimo is the chairperson of the Mitumba Consortium Association of Kenya. She's been our guest. You've heard her, people. Have a lovely day. We'll see you again tomorrow morning, God willing, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's now 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
We deliver with pride.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The High Court will today deliver a judgment on petitions challenging Kenya's Finance Act 2023. A bench consisting of Justice David Majanja, Christine Meoli and Lawrence Mugambi is set to give a verdict on the petitions. Various petitions were filed challenging the act that came into force on July 1st before Justice Mugure Thande issued conservatory orders suspending its implementation. The Finance Bill 2023 was passed by Parliament on June 22nd, 2023 and later assented by President William Ruto on June 26th. The High Court would later suspend the implementation of the Act on June 30th after multiple petitions were filed. On July 29th, the Court of Appeal lifted the suspension, leading to a hearing of the case on September 13th. Busia Senator Kiom Tata and 6 others moved to court seeking to stop the implementation of